Good morning, everyone. Please be seated. Well, welcome all to our County Council meeting on Wednesday, August 26th. It is 9:30 a.m. and I am calling this meeting to order. As we gather here today, we acknowledge that we are on the traditional and unceded territory of the Algonquin people. For thousands of years, these lands have been cared for, respected, and stewarded by Indigenous peoples whose connection to this territory continues today. We recognize that while the County of Renfrew was established in 1861, the history of this place is far older and far richer. We are grateful for the stewardship, knowledge, and resilience of the Algonquin people and all Indigenous peoples who have called this territory home. Acknowledging the land is not simply about looking back, it is about understanding our responsibility today. It is about building relationships, showing respect, and creating a future grounded in reconciliation, learning, and partnership. May we continue that work together with humility, with openness, and with a shared commitment to caring for this place and for one another. And now, if you'll join me standing for a moment of silent reflection.
Our home and native land, a true patriot love in all of us common.
Car ton bras s'est porté l'épée, il s'est porté la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits.
God keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Thank you. Please be seated. Madam Clerk, would you kindly do roll call?
Yes, and good morning. Councillor Brose,
Present.
Councillor Doncaster,
Here.
Councillor Donahue,
Here.
Councillor Emo,
Present.
Councillor Giardini, present. Councillor Grills, Councillor Hoddenod,
Present.
Councillor Yon,
Here.
Councillor Lynch,
Here.
Councillor Mayville,
Present.
Warden Murphy,
Here.
Councillor Nicholson, Councillor Proctor,
Here, here.
Councillor Service,
Here.
Councillor Schulist,
Yotiam Ziso.
Councillor Watt,
Present.
and Councillor Ware.
Here.
Thank you, and we have quorum.
Thank you. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest or the general nature thereof? I see none. I have a resolution that the minutes of the County Council meeting of August 12, 2026 be adopted. May I have a mover and seconder to get it on the table, please? Moved by the member from Greater Madawaska, seconded by the member from North Algona Wilberforce. Were there any errors or omissions? I see none. All in favor? Thank you. Good morning, members of council, staff, and guests. Last week, I had the opportunity to attend the Association of Municipalities of Ontario conference alongside members of County Council and the senior leadership team. AMO remains one of the most important opportunities for municipalities from across Ontario to come together, share ideas, learn from one another, and most importantly, advocate directly to provincial decision makers on behalf of our residents. I am pleased to report that Renfrew County participated in several productive delegations with provincial ministries. These meetings focused on issues that are critically important to our communities, including infrastructure investment, healthcare, housing, economic development, energy capacity, transportation safety, and the long-term sustainability of municipal services. Through our discussions, we highlighted the unique challenges and opportunities facing rural and upper-tier municipalities and reinforced the need for provincial programs and policies that recognize the realities of communities like ours. We emphasized that municipalities are prepared to support growth and economic development, but require the infrastructure, funding tools, and provincial partnerships necessary to succeed. As is our tendency, we brought them real Renfrew County solutions to real-world issues. In addition to the county's own advocacy efforts, I was pleased to participate in discussions through the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus, as well as in meetings and delegations alongside our local municipal partners. The EOWC continues to provide a strong and unified voice for Eastern Ontario, advancing regional priorities and ensuring that rural municipalities are represented at provincial decision-making tables. By working collaboratively with local municipal leaders and our regional partners, we're able to strengthen our collective influence, share common priorities, and advocate for solutions that benefit not only Renfrew County, but communities throughout Eastern Ontario. I would like to thank my fellow members of council, county staff, and our municipal and regional partners for their contributions to these efforts. Advocacy is a year-round responsibility, and conferences such as AMO provide valuable opportunities to build relationships and move important conversations forward. We look forward to continuing these discussions in the months ahead and working with our provincial partners to achieve meaningful results for the residents of Renfrew County. As many of you are aware, the latest U.S. tariffs and continued uncertainty surrounding Canada-U.S. trade will create real challenges for businesses, workers, and families across Renfrew County. Our local economy is diverse, but many of our industries are directly or indirectly connected to cross-border trade and integrated North American supply chains. The County of Renfrew will continue to stand with our business community and work with our provincial and federal partners to ensure the impacts on our region are understood and that the needs of our local employers are heard. We are committed to helping connect businesses with available supports and opportunities as we work together through these challenging and uncertain times. Closer to home, I would also like to recognize the successful Taste of the Valley, which was held this past weekend in Amiston Bromley with the freshest produce in the world. And I did get my mustard, which I was very happy about. This event showcases the incredible agricultural producers, food businesses, artisans, and our entrepreneurs that make Renfrew County such a special place to live and visit. I encourage everyone to take the opportunity to explore participating locations and enjoy the outstanding local talent, products, and experiences our region has to offer. And the next one will be held in the town of Petawawa on September 19th at the Petawawa Civic Center. We'll see you there, Gary. As the municipal election period is now underway across Ontario, I would like to extend my congratulations to all candidates who have already been acclaimed to office. Public service is both an honor and a responsibility, and I thank you for your willingness to serve your communities. To those who will be participating in an election campaign in the weeks ahead, I wish you the very best and thank you for your commitment to local government and civic engagement. Finally, next week marks the return to school for many students across Renfrew County. As children head back to classrooms, buses will once again be on our roads and sidewalks will be busier with students excited to reconnect with friends and teachers. I encourage everyone to exercise extra caution and patience while driving, particularly in school zones and residential neighborhoods. For the many young people leaving home to pursue post-secondary education, I offer my congratulations and best wishes as you begin this exciting new chapter. And to the parents and families saying goodbye, whether for the first time or the fifth, I wish you comfort and pride as you watch your children embark on new opportunities and experiences. Before I conclude, I would also like to recognize the young entrepreneurs, participating in this year's summer company program who will be joining us later today and have set up their businesses in the courtyard. Starting a business takes courage, commitment, and a willingness to learn, and these students have demonstrated all of those qualities throughout the summer. Their achievements are a reminder that the future of Renfrew County is bright, thanks to the energy, creativity, and ambition of our young people. I look forward to presenting certificates to each participant and celebrating their accomplishments with council. I encourage everyone to stop by the courtyard during lunch to meet the participants and learn more about their businesses. Supporting these young entrepreneurs is a great way to recognize their hard work and encourage the next generation of business leaders in Renfrew County. These examples continue to reinforce our why statement across the corporation to cultivate a compassionate, collaborative, creative, and inclusive environment, providing our community with meaningful support and innovative solutions. I will remind those assembled here of the following: the County of Renfrew, experience our history, share our future. This concludes my address, and I look forward to today's business of the county, and it is a beautiful day to govern. And at this time, I will turn it over, I think, to Mr. Davis to introduce, oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Hanrath, to introduce our first delegation. Thank you.
Thank you, Warden. Through you to County Council. It's my great pleasure to introduce members from the Ontario Federation of Trail Riders. Lisa Thompson is the Executive Director of OFTR. OFTR is the provincial entity representing off-road motorcycles across the province of Ontario. With her is Jason Spence, the president of Valley Trail Riders, the local off-road motorcycle club.
Thank you, welcome. So we have another Lisa Thompson in the chambers. Yeah.
For information. I'm like, no, I'm not that one. Okay. Hello, and thank you for allowing us to be here today. We really do appreciate it. Oh, there we go. Oops. Sorry, I think which direction am I pointing at? Oh, thank you. First of all, we'd like to thank Renfrew County for allowing us to be here today and to speak to you all. We appreciate the relationship that we have built over the last 2 years and hope to have it continue to be as successful as it has been. Our core mission is to protect access and promote safety and build strong communities. We have just over, now recent numbers, 6,000 members throughout the province. The average age of our riders is 56 years old, with 40% of our members being 45 to 64 years old. Currently, in this particular area, we now have 1,519 local members. Our organization, including our clubs, come with $15 million liability insurance. We have over 11,000 subscribers to our local newsletter, and we have 2 local clubs in the area, one who sends their regrets, who couldn't make it today. The OFTR was established in 1992. We are the voice of the off-road riding community. We strive to have responsible off-road riding, trail stewardship, and community building. We work closely with the province, the MECP, the MNR, as well as local municipalities and private landowners. We find these relationships are very strong as we collaborate on trail building and economic development and tourism. Right here in Renfrew County, we have a premier trail assets. The KNP and the Algonquin Trail are vital trail connectors for some of our local trails, as well as an enjoyable trail network itself, as our riders like to take the rail trail, go through small communities, enjoy restaurants, get gas, and enjoy the scenery. Side note, we had a summer student last year whose job was to ride up and down the trail and do education and outreach, and he said it was the best summer job he ever had. We have 2 local clubs in the area, Valley Trail Riders, which is out of Petawawa, as well as Bytown Motorcycle Association. They serve the Calabogie area as well as Greater Ottawa. At this moment, I would actually like to show my gratitude to the town of Petawawa for their continued support as we've been trying to grow our trail networks in the area. A little bit about our local clubs. The Bytown Motorcycle Association is actually our oldest club. They predate the OFTR, and they're celebrating their 70th year right now. They are our second largest club in our network. They have over 139 kilometers of single track, as well as over 855 kilometers of double track trails. Valley Trail Riders, who is our newest club and is our fastest growing club, they are out of Petawawa. Jason is our representative for the Valley Trail Riders. They are maintaining over 200 kilometers of trails within Renfrew County. The OFTR and our clubs believe in comprehensive education as well as working with enforcement. We require all of our members to be insured, to be plated, and where applicable, have an OFTR permit. We educate our riders to make sure that they are staying on the trails because we have a zero tolerance policy for trespassing. We actually also have been donated $2,000 to Renfrew County for municipal enforcement through the bylaw officers, specifically in the Laurentian Valley area, because we had heard concerns and we're serious about helping the communities to make sure these concerns are addressed. We also work closely with the OPP Save Unit and other municipal enforcement agencies throughout the province, as well as private landowners. Another side note, we are working with several municipalities on trying to increase trespassing charges, because in some areas it's as low as $85, and that's not enough of a deterrent. When you hit people's wallets, they're less likely to trespass again in the future. We believe in proactive maintenance and education to protect sensitive ecosystems. Our clubs believe in strong infrastructure. Our clubs go out, they maintain trails, they trim trees, they repair bridges with ATV and snowmobile clubs. We actually have 2 summer students that were working in Calabogie, as well as working right now. They're down further south, trimming trees, getting rid of face slappers. We work on prevention. We really want people to focus to stay on the trails. Don't go off the trails. We need to protect our local ecosystems. We have an app called Ride OFTR. It's an app that is available to our members that tells them where the trails are, where they should stay on, and make sure that they're not going off onto private property or sensitive farmland. We also strongly believe in education. We find that people aren't always educated on the actual rules. If you are under 16 years old and you do not have a G2 or an M2, you're not allowed to be on the sides of the roads in the provinces of Ontario and most rail trails in the entire province. We recently did a video that we've put out to the public to educate parents on the fact that they should be knowing where their children are, and that they need to stay off the sides of the road, or else the parents can be fined, the kids can be fined, and it's very expensive. And the last thing is conservation. The OFTR is part of the Ontario Trails Preservation Alliance. We're working with the provincial government on a trail strategy, but we're also trying to educate all of our riders on the importance of packing in, packing out, and protecting all of our trails so that they're around for our children and our children's children. One of the big things that everybody's concerned about is local tourism. And our average rider spends $200 per day trip in the province. That's on gas, that's in restaurants, that's on local attractions, campgrounds, hotels, etc. For example, the Calabogie Boogie, which is in Calabogie the 2nd September every year, it is a 2-day event, and our local club brings in a significant economic development. The Calabogie Highlands Golf Course actually lets our riders camp on the golf course and to access the trails in the community. We believe that our community will continue to bring economic development and tourism to the community. We feel that we share a mutual foundation built on safety and long-term trail sustainability. Together, we aim to boost regional tourism and drive economic development by strictly protecting trail infrastructure and respecting local residents. By actively supporting law enforcement initiatives and strictly respecting private property boundaries, we ensure that the off-road recreation community remains a positive, sustainable asset to the entire community as a whole. We are committed to continue to work with Renfrew County. We want to continue to enhance trails, grow the trail network as best as we can. We want to grow our local clubs by getting more volunteers, because volunteers do work on the trails, which saves the municipalities and the county money. And we want to promote tourism and, of course, economic development. Ultimately, we feel that we can continue to grow on what Renfrew County already has in place and continue to make this a destination that people come to year after year. Perfect. Now, I'd like to thank you for your time. If you have any questions or comments, please.
Thank you so much. So I'll open it up for questions, comments. Member from Greater Madawaska, please.
Thank you. And on behalf of Greater Madawaska and Calabogie, the Calabogie Boogie every year is fabulous. They actually happen to camp right across the road from me. The first year that I moved in and that happened, I thought, oh no, it's going to be a late night, loud part. I think by 9 o'clock, everybody is exhausted and in their bed, and every time I go up in the morning to meet people, they're so happy to be there and they have such a great time. And it just brings the economics to our local restaurants, and some stay in Airbnb. So I just want to thank you, and I'm really anxious for it again this September, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Member from Laurentian Valley, please.
Thank you, Chair. And through you, I'd just like to say thank you. It's great to hear that you are working to ward off some of these off-road motorcyclists in the area, because they are children and they're not of mature age. I just encourage you to keep going, and it's much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Member from North Algona Wilberforce.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. Excellent presentation. So glad to see the amount of support that you provide to Renfrew County and the Trail Network. And just wanted to, again, thank you very much for the contribution you've made towards the bylaw enforcement. Yes, I know from being part of the Trails Committee for a number of years that there seem to be more complaints from some of the residents in Laurentian Valley than other parts throughout the county. So really appreciate that initiative to provide more support for enforcement. Thank you.
Thank you. Member from Renfrew.
Good morning, and thank you very much for the presentation. I remember working with your club in Calabogie and working with the ministry to get some land use permits. Is that still an issue for you? Because the ministry at some point in the early days were quite reluctant to do that. Are land use permits still used by the ministry, and is there any opportunities for some permits and some access to some of our forests, the county forests?
That is a very good question. And it can be difficult to work with the ministry, especially trying to get any of those land use agreements, or even just trying to get bridge repair work done. Lately, we've been fairly lucky, and even for an event that we're going to be hosting very soon, they were working with us pretty closely, and we made some concessions, and they made some concessions.
Thank you. Anything further? A member from Laurentian Hills, please.
Hi, thank you. You mentioned a video that, could you make that available to us, please?
Absolutely, yes. Yeah.
I'm on the website and I don't see it there, so.
Oh yeah, it's on our, I believe it's on our YouTube page, but we can absolutely share that with you.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Perfect. Anything further? Well, thank you very much. And the member from North Algona. Wilberforce stole my thank you about bylaw enforcement, because that's a challenge everywhere. So thanks very much. Lovely to see you both.
Thank you very much.
And now
Yes, I do.
I'm going to get this one right. Ms. Patrick, would you like to introduce our next delegation, please?
Thank you, Madam Warden, and through you. Good morning, members of County Council. It's my great pleasure this morning to welcome our guests at the back of the room. Mr. David Hessedens is the Mesa SUAP Project Coordinator, Project Manager, and Leanna Sullivan, who is the Executive Director for McKay Manor in Renfrew and Empathy House in Ottawa. Both David and Leanna are very strong advocates for compassionate and collaborative care to services and have worked really closely alongside county staff and other community partners to make services more accessible to residents. So, welcome.
Welcome to you both.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to come and chat with you about the Mesa SUAP project that we have going in the county. So I just want to give you a little bit of history about how this all came into being. Back in November 2023, the community partners came together to create a proposal to submit to Health Canada for a SUAP grant. At the time, it was to expand the services that were being offered through community withdrawal management services. That would include having paramedics along, crisis workers, peer support specialists with the already existing community withdrawal management team. In between the time that we submitted the proposal and when we found out in June of 2024 that we were successful in getting the grant, the Mesa initiative had started. So with the secured grant in hand and David and I working very closely with Health Canada, we shifted that initial focus to further expand the Mesa initiative with all of those other services that we had talked about. Since then, we continue to work very collaboratively and very closely with the Heart Hub, with our team and all of our community partners. The current SUAP is scheduled to end March 31st, 2027, and we're very hopeful that with county assistance and our community partners that we can be successful in receiving or securing further funding. So our outreach team consists of all of these amazing folks. They're our addiction workers, peer support specialists, a Mesa paramedic, and they can all be found in the community 7 days a week from 10 a.m. until about 8 p.m. We have two care coordinators, April Gallagher and April Mainville. You can see them throughout the county as well. Peer support specialists, Mike Morrison and Dave Dupuis. We are working closely with Pikwakanagan to secure an elder and knowledge keeper, but we have secured services through them for some of our folks who identify as Indigenous and our status at Pikwakanagan. We have our Mesa paramedic, and we have program coordinator Steph Rose, who works closely with April Gallagher, our addiction workers, Erin Salem and Maggie Verrill, and of course, David, our project manager, who keeps it all up and running for us.
So we have a very strong program evaluation that's in place around the program. We're measuring a lot of things, a lot of quantitative data and a lot of qualitative data. And that's going to be hopefully useful for many of us in getting sustaining funding. It's a lot of information that's going to be very helpful along those lines. So every single encounter that team that Leanna just mentioned, they fill out an encounter form, and that data is captured, like what happened in that encounter, like who the person was, what their demographic situation is. So there's a huge amount of data that's being captured through that work. There's also a qualitative survey process that goes on. So right back in the beginning, we did some baseline surveys with clients, Mesa clients, just sort of get some background information, like their demographic situation, their life circumstance, what kind of services they receive right now, and how are they helping them or not helping them. So there was a baseline there, and then going through the whole project, we're doing these semi-structured interviews with clients and actually as well frontline staff from partners, and collecting data at various intervals, 1 month, 3 month, and 6 months. So this is a process of measuring the change. Like how is a client, how's their life improving as we work through this process over 6 months' time. So that data is very, very important to planning and gaining support going forward. Okay, I'll just skip that one. So I'm going to turn this back to Leanna for this one.
Get my seeing eyes on. So these are some of the stats that we have right now. We have total encounters, our outreach team, 1,828. So that's about 6.85 times that our team will actually meet with the clients that they're serving. We have 187 unique clients served. Our target for the full time of the program is to have 200 unique clients. So we're well on our way of reaching that target. We have 684 referrals to outside services. So that's outside of what Mesa already offers. Our target was 500, so we have far exceeded that. The outcome metrics that we do have and that what David was talking about are summarized in our Mesa quarterly report, which can be viewed on the McKay Manor website. There's a link at the top for all of the Mesa SUAP initiative and what we're doing, and we're going to talk a little bit more about that.
So as well, we're creating what we call knowledge mobilization products. These are written documents that get the word out about the program to clients and to the community, as well as informational documents that give important health information to clients. So the informational documents include topics like avoiding Hep C infection, wound care, foot care, and just overall safety when using. And these documents are out in the community, and they're available to anybody who would like to get a supply of them. We also have the website, and this is where I'm hoping Gwen can open the link there for me to the website. But it's, as Leanna mentioned, it's off of the McKay Manor website, and it basically has all sorts of program information in there. I wish I could, I didn't ask you how to do it with this hickey, but there's, so if you could scroll down, Gwen, I'd appreciate that. Tina, yeah, I'm sorry. So this basically is giving information to the public, to clients, to partners about Mesa. Keep going. How to contact us, the services that we offer. Some testimonials from clients. These are the documents that I was referring to a minute ago, like the brochures that people can refer to get health information. This was suggested to us. I'm going to talk in a minute about a lived experience committee that we have working with us. These are current Mesa clients or people who from that target population who work with us, who help us guide the program, and they give us their expertise and knowledge in terms of what might work, what isn't working, that sort of thing. So one of the lived experience people who spoke up at one of our meetings and said, you know, there's a lot of people out there in the community, clients, who don't know a lot about fentanyl, or they don't know a lot about some of the substances that they might use. So she said, why don't you embed a little quiz on your website? And that's a knowledge quiz. So somebody can take that little quiz and get a sense of what their knowledge base is on various topics, like using opioids and being safe when using opioids and stuff like that. So that came from the lived experience folks. And keep going down. So there's information here for frontline service providers about substances and about various topics and health and safety and whatnot. Keep going. This is the quarterly report that we talked about a minute ago. So every quarter we put it up on the website. And if you keep going, one of the things that we have brought into this program is a campaign that addresses stigma against people that use substances. Stigma is a huge problem in people in terms of getting quality care, seeking quality care. It's the long pole in the tent, in my opinion, in a lot of cases. So our lived experience people tell us stories all the time about how they've not had the best treatment when they present for services because they're sort of like categorized as, being a substance user, and they don't get the highest quality service. So we met with a bunch of them, and we asked them to shoot these videos. And this is just people talking about their experience, their own story, like how they got to be where they were, and their own experience with stigma. So these are very, very impactful videos. You might want to have a box of Kleenex handy when you look at some of them. But you really get to see the human side of people, like who they really are as people and how they've been affected by stigma. So I encourage people to look at those videos if they have an opportunity. We can probably go back to the main presentation then. Okay. And this is the committee I was telling you about. So these are people with, who are current clients or past clients of the program. They give us information in terms of the project, how to implement it. They look at the materials before they go out. They give us recommendations on what other materials need to be out there. And they are very supportive of the anti-stigma program. The anti-stigma program is basically out there to address some of the othering that sort of tends to happen with people who use substances or are homeless or have mental health issues. And it occurs in several layers. First, there's anti-stigma training. There's a national provider of anti-stigma training from Ottawa who runs this training for us. There's regular follow-up visits. This is the important thing. Like stigma doesn't disappear with a 2-hour training session. So there's regular follow-up visits to the staff who've been trained. And people with lived experience come along with us for those visits. And it's to reinforce the training. And again, letting people have a chance to get to know people and see their stories and see how they've been impacted. So there's the videos I just mentioned, and we're also sort of recruiting thought leaders within the various organizations who will carry that anti-stigma message on day to day. These are some of the organizations that are already signed up for this training. Some of it's in process. Andrea was the first one to sign up, and her organization has all had the first level of training, and they've all had at least one of the follow-ups already. So her organization is way at the forefront. We've trained the OPP. We're going to be training this fall Renfrew, Victoria, Pembroke Regional, and the Heart Hub and Intake Center staff. So some of the other activities the outreach team is engaged in is they distribute harm reduction supplies to the public in the community. We have the ability to give gift cards for basic needs like food and clothing. We have the ability to help transport clients to services and to important appointments. The outreach team works with public health nurses in the community at various events that are set up there. And they've been accompanying paramedics as they use the drug checking machine that's just been put into service, which in my opinion is an amazing capability. Okay, so the next steps for us. So you saw the web page. It exists off the McKay Manor web page. We're working with the Heart Hub and with the county to have a standalone integrated web page that includes this Mesa SUEP information. It includes the Heart Hub information, and it includes the Wayfinder program as well. So it'll be sort of like a one-stop shop where anybody, a client, a partner, a community member can go on that site and get all sorts of information that would be useful to them. We're going to complete the data collection, hand it over to everybody that needs to have it. and put out some more health and safety brochures. We've been doing a lot of community engagement. This is part of that program, being here today. So continue that with different organizations, fully roll out the anti-stigma campaign, and work closely with the county and others to secure permanent funding for this program. And that's all we have.
I could feel the clock counting down and you started talking much faster. Yes, please.
No, I just thought I'd take a moment, fairly unscripted, but thanks to David and to Leanna. When this was just a thought after leaving London back in 2023, to move forward with then Ward Nima, of course, and staff, where we started and where we're at is, of course, great thanks to the two of you and your teams. It's quite unbelievable what we've done in 3 short years. We still have, obviously, a long way to go. There still are issues in all of our communities, including the City of Pembroke, that we're attempting on a daily basis between the Heart Hub staff and your staff and, of course, community services and the paramedic team, the whole Mesa Broad team. But to do something that is not really being done anywhere in Ontario or even in the country is quite incredible that it's happening right here in Renfrew County. So again, thank you from the County of Renfrew perspective, from staff, thank you for all your work.
Thank you.
Yes, and I will say that at AMO, the minister did say, oh no, the County of Renfrew, what new innovations are, no, she said, I don't think I can take much more new innovative solutions from you, right? So that was a bit shocking when you sit down and there's a crew of us and the minister's like, oh, it's Renfrew County again. I'm going to open it up, but I just have to say, lived experience, I don't care what you're talking about, those people know, and they are the best people to have speak to new intakes or even people that have been in the system for a long time. I truly applaud that part, and I'm sure we're going to need more than 18 minutes. All right, member from Laurentian Hills, please.
Thank you. Thank you for what you do. Absolutely great presentation. I'm not surprised to hear that Renfrew County Community Services and our emergency staff are ahead of the game when it comes to training. And like Craig said, what we've accomplished in 3 years is incredible. So just a lot of the things you talk about here, you need computer access. So how accessible are computers to the people who need them?
Well, that's a really good question, and our team works with all of the clients to access what they can. There used to be a program, I can't remember the name of it. It was run through the Phoenix Center. Do you remember?
Oh, sorry, just for the audience outside.
Okay. Where phones and things were provided to clients, and I think that was during COVID, and I don't know if it's still running, but some of the outreach staff would look for that. A lot of the information on the web page is more for professionals and our community partners, and yeah. Sorry.
Our clients tell us, the lived experience people tell us that one of their main sources of information is social media. And Craig has gotten us connected with the social media coordinator for the county, and we're working closely with her to get information about this. She's already had information out on the county's social media about this. So it's a big problem. Like the clients, a lot of them don't have access through phone or through computers. And the outreach team does what they can with their own devices, and we wish there was a program where we could put technology into the hands of clients more often, but it just isn't there quite yet.
Thank you.
The one that I was talking about is still going out. I think it was through the Phoenix Center, and I've been racking my brain trying to think of the name of it, but I don't think that one is still up and running. I think they used up.
Thank you. Member from Renfrew, and then I will come back to member from Laurentian Hills.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for the program. Very impressed with the journey to get us where we are, and I think, you know, the the label of being innovative is very well applied and very applicable to what you folks have been able to do and what our community's been able to do. And to my friend, I think some of the public libraries have set up sections of their library or expect that there are some members of the community need to use the systems. And I think the outreach team or the paramedics on occasion, as well as community mental health on occasion, staff or come into the library. So if that could be a little more formalized, that might that might assist some of the clients or potential clients in accessing information and filling out forms. So I would suggest, if that could be solidified, and as part of your securing stable and permanent funding. And I'm not going to presume to speak for my friend from Arnprior. What is your intentions about expanding more of a land base in Renfrew and Arnprior? I get calls weekly and refer people, but there is a need for, and especially since Community Mental Health shut down their day program in Renfrew, or moved it or something. I don't know what they did with it. But there needs to be something, that gap of having a place to go to, whether it's just to sit and talk to peers, get some access to the peer counselors, and or assessment or training, life skills training, managing budgets, all of those things. What is your plans, and do the numbers warrant expansion into Renfrew and Arnprior? I'm not sure if Councillor Lynch gets calls, but I'm assuming he does. So what are the plans? And the other piece is the stigma training. Will you consider rolling it out to municipal staff, especially the customer service people at the front desks for the most part, and maybe some of the senior management teams, and cluster them, like have it in Arnprior for that cluster, have it in Renfrew for the cluster, have it in Eagleville, Barry's Bay, Petawawa, and Chalk River for the, or Deep River for the clusters. And then that economically makes sense, but also at the same time, I think, we all know that our staff are the greatest ambassadors. Information on our budget, I can talk budget for hundreds of hours, but if staff like it and understand it, people accept it a lot better than a politician coming to the door. So if we can train our staff, I think that'll also increase the knowledge of your program, but at the same time, condition the public to be more accepting and more helpful. So big word salad, and I apologize for that.
There were a lot of questions wrapped up in that.
In terms of, I'll start with the anti-stigma because that's an easy one. Absolutely, yes, 100%. We can open that up to across the county. In terms of expanding more into Renfrew and Arnprior. Currently, right now, our stats are showing that the majority of the clients that we're seeing is Pembroke and Renfrew. Our team does go to Arnprior as well. They go throughout the county, and currently, right now, we are using whatever services that we can. So I know in Arnprior that they will often meet clients at NeighborLink and around the town. In Renfrew is wherever they can as well. Including McKay Manor, they will see clients and bring clients in there to an office to meet with them. But we are looking at expanding a little bit more into other areas. But right now, the numbers show that the greatest needs are Pembroke and Renfrew right now. Do you have anything to add?
About libraries, I met personally with a librarian in Arnprior a while back, and she's a real social-minded person. She even has a little cupboard in the library for people who need food or need snacks. And she's got all the materials that I mentioned in the presentation, and she provides them to clients and connects them to the outreach team. But we do need much more of a footprint in Arnprior, definitely. We're working with the hospital, we're working with other organizations there to try to get more referrals from people in that area.
And to Councillor Emo's point, if I may, I think your idea about staff is great, but our libraries should all have this information. Nope, okay. Then I will move on to the member from Greater Madawaska, please.
Thank you, and through you, Warden, I'd like to thank you for everything you've done, and you've mentioned that Renfrew and Pembroke are your main client area. I want to point out to council and to the community that it's not just people from that area. I know of some clients, we'll leave it at that, from Greater Madawaska who have been in the program. So yes, your main client base is Renfrew and Pembroke, but I want everybody to know that this is assisting our entire county. So I thank you for that.
Thanks. I think in the stats, North Algona, Wilberforce, and Horton were the only two that didn't have anything in the quarterly report. That was just to prove that I read it. Member from Horton, please.
If I may as well, and thank you, following on and through you, Chair, thank you so much for this information package and your presentation, taking time here today. As representative through Horton, I did want to share just exactly that, was the while Horton does not seem to be statistically in your report, I am well aware of a number of clients actually using your services and appreciating that, and that would be my only ask, I guess, of you in future communications, is letting us know how, as maybe the organizations that are not at the top of all of your graphs, how we can continue to support the MESA program, get the word out, get the information out, and ensure any of our residents who have need or may have family members that could benefit are aware and educated. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anything further? Member from Whitewater, please.
Thank you, Warden. Echo again, thank you for your time today to come and share this news. I've gone through your website. I've pulled information from it. I think it's very friendly. So I thank you for that. Question I'd like to walk away with is the anti-stigma training that you are proposing. I noticed there's a few organizations missing from the list that I'd like to see added to it. Is it possible for you to share that information maybe with staff here so it could be distributed to council? We could advertise on your behalf to encourage some other organizations. And the second thing is just you talked about coordinating the one-door approach or a website with Heart Hub and Mesa. I would encourage you to also include mental health services. Yeah. That it is yet another large component to many of the clients looking for these types of services, and one-stop shop would be much easier for them. So thank you.
Yes, thank you for that. We do work closely with mental health services. They give us referrals. We send them referrals all the time. So we work closely, and we're actually in a process right now of sort of looking to improve the collaboration there with the team. And your first point, I just lost.
Advertising the anti-stigma training.
The anti-stigma training, yeah, we're open. We're beating the bushes to try to get organizations that want to be part of it. The OHT has asked their primary care committee we're going to present to them in the fall. So any organizations out there that would like to be part of that program, just let me or Leanna know and we'll arrange it.
Thank you. Anything further? I see none. Thank you both so much.
Thank you.
We really appreciate you presenting to us today.
Thank you.
Mr. CAO, is there correspondence?
There is one piece of correspondence in your package. That's the letter for support from the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus. I'm sure that the warden will likely talk about that, but I'll state that any other correspondence has been forwarded to the appropriate committee.
Thank you. I'm so proud of this. The Western Ontario Wardens Caucus also endorsed it, so we're very excited about that. Our next delegation is at 11:45, so I think, do we want to take 5 minutes and then go into committee reports, or is everybody okay? Oh, I'm getting some nods. It's 10:20, what?
Did you want to speak to that letter, see if this council wants to support that?
I thought we already did. To send it to the caucus. Really? Oh. No. Oh, no, you were right again and I was wrong. This is turning into a thing with us. Yes, then I'm sorry, because we passed it at our own table in BV, I guess. Does everybody have interest in supporting this resolution? Member from McNabb Braeside, member from Laurentian Hills, member from, okay. Can we bring it back, or can I throw it on the floor now?
I think it's been in your package. You can throw it on the floor.
Yeah.
See where it's at.
I think so,
it's
too.
It's just a resolution to support the letter at
Yeah.
this point.
And we had several delegations about it as well. I just wanted to make sure that, okay. Did anybody want to speak to this? Everyone understands the flavor, the 1.76% that we do not get back. If we got it back, it would stay in an infrastructure bank. We could use it to extend projects, et cetera. All right, well, I have a mover and seconder. All in favor? And that is unanimously carried. Thank you. Now, it is 10:25. Let's take 10 minutes. We'll be back at 10:35. Welcome back, everyone. Please be seated. Councillor Giardini, would you like to take us through the community services report?
Yes, I will. To the Council of the Corporation of the County of Renfrew, members of County Council, we, your Committee of the Whole Community Services, wish to report and recommend as follows. Resolution number 1, Homelessness Prevention Program Funding Allocation. Resolution number CSCC 260842, moved by Chair, seconded by Committee. The County Council approve the Homelessness Prevention Program 2026-2027 fiscal year investment plan, and that the proposed $800,000 capital project consists of the conversion of an existing single-family home within the Renfrew County Housing Corporation portfolio into a triplex. Item number 2 is a community housing rent standardization. Resolution number CSCC 260843, moved by myself as chair, seconded by committee, that County Council approve establishing maximum rents for new tenancies in the Renfrew County Housing Corporation portfolio at 30% of the applicable provincial household income limit, HIL, for the unit size effective January 1st, 2027, and that maximum rents for existing tenancies in the Renfrew County Housing Corporation portfolio be increased by $20 per month, plus the allowable provincial guideline increase, effective January 1st, 2027, until they reach 30% of the applicable HIL amount, supporting a gradual transition to a standardized and equitable rent structure across the portfolio. Item number 3, supportive housing with assisted living initiative, memorandum of understanding with Pembroke Regional Hospital. Resolution number CSCC 260844, moved by myself as chair, seconded by committee, that County Council authorize the Chief Administrative Officer to execute a memorandum of understanding with Pembroke Regional Hospital to support the development of a senior supportive housing with assisted living initiative at the existing Care for McKay site, subject to confirmation of ministry funding for both the housing and assisted living components, and that staff be directed to continue working with Pembroke Regional Hospital, Care for Health and Community Services Renfrew County, and provincial partners to finalize operational, funding, and implementation details. And further, that staff report back prior to County Council and/or the Renfrew County Housing Corporation should the initiative result in any unfunded capital, operating, or service delivery obligations. And the background is there. All of which is respectfully submitted by myself as chair and committee members. Thank you, Warden.
Thank you. It's also suspect. There you go. All right, council, information item number 1. Number 2. Oh, my apologies. Member from Horton, please. Number 1.
And through you, Chair, question, just for clarification, is the $800,000 within the larger financials provided in context the only item that is being changed? The other items were previously discussed and approved. I just wanted that clarification, if I could, please.
Did Andrea want to take that?
Whichever.
Thank you. Through you, Warden, to Council. Yes, the triplex was essentially the new item that was not an existing program, and this was able to be offered as a result of our cost savings through long-term motel stays, with the hard hub beds being available. Thank you.
Anything further? Member from Renfrew, please.
Thank you. And this is kind of a little off the report, but consistent with it. With the recent announcement of the $1 billion for municipalities that do not utilize development charges, has anybody had a chance to review the program with enough detail to know if the County of Renfrew is eligible for this? Because at first it was talked it was Northern Ontario, then it was talked it was Northern Ontario and rural, so we're kind of both Northern Ontario rural, and we do not use development charges. Thank you.
Through you, Warden, yes. There have been, just past the announcement, there have been 0 details launched at this moment, including eligibility or other projects. We are, of course, Council will recall when you reviewed what's eligible for development charges several years ago when we examined that. We have a number of projects, including housing, including paramedic bases that we're looking at for the future, and we'll, of course, keep those in mind when they launch the eligible projects. I'm hoping soon, because I think the application is late October is what we heard the minister suggest.
So just for our viewing public, what the member from Renfrew is talking about is that at AMO, we were told that there was a $1 billion fund, $500 million from the feds, 500 from the province, which was out of the original 80 million or whatever it was, 8.8 million. For those of us without DCs, without development charges. And so we're sort of waiting. The devil is always in the details. And nobody at the AMO conference could really give us any concrete information as to what would be eligible and ineligible. Supplementary member from Renfrew.
Thank you. Could I suggest that we be aggressive? Sometimes the government needs to be told what they think their program is. And, you know, I'm wondering if the warden could send a letter to the minister saying we have these projects and they fit within the outline of what you're suggesting, and force them to define it a little bit, and then because I think we've all seen examples of programs that are announced and all of a sudden the city of Ottawa within 4 hours has a $136 million project. So it gobbles up a chunk of money. Then the city of Toronto gets $457 million. Then London gets, and then all of a sudden $1 billion is gone. They're not eligible. But we do know there are some very large service organizations in the north, DSABs, who could access this funding for a lot of the area in Northern Ontario. The government is partial to Northern Ontario, recognizing the need to meet the needs of First Nations and the sparseness of population and set up for the Ring of Fire, all of those things. So I would hate to be standing there with investing a lot of time and energy in good projects, but some of the money has petered out already. And so that's, you know, if possible, can we be aggressive and approach the ministry and tell them what their program really is, as opposed to letting them muddle their way through an announcement? Thank you.
Well, I promised the minister a cup of coffee and a salted caramel chocolate chip cookie next week, so I could mention it, but I'll see what our CAO thinks about sending a letter.
I'll bake the cookies, but the main thing that staff will want to know from this council, understandably, the timing is really odd, but we have a number of shovel-ready projects in different levels of infrastructure, right? We've got housing projects ready to go. We've got some seniors housing projects that are kind of on the bubble and ready to go. We've got road and bridge infrastructure that's designed and ready to go. And it's determining from this council, when we get the list of eligibilities, what we're going to apply for. So I'm going to suggest that it's likely I'm hoping within the next 2 weeks, we'll hear what those eligible costs are. We'll bring that back to council and get at least a lane to pick and move forward with that. But certainly can take your notes away, Councillor Ima, and I think even working through certain channels that we have, the Roma channel perhaps into AMO would also be a suggestion to say, you know, on behalf of, because I think AMO is probably going to distribute this, they're funded through AMO, I'm guessing, but I'm not really sure. It's typically how it goes, to suggest that don't forget about rural Ontario, including some of these projects. Point well taken.
And I feel like they made that very clear, right, that it was supposed to be for small, rural, northern, but I absolutely agree that, you know, a couple of big projects could gobble it up. But yes, and there was an August date in there, and I believe it was today where details were supposed to be released. Now that I'm thinking, there was an August sometime this week date, so I agree, maybe we'll hear sooner rather than later, and if it goes on too long, then I agree with Councillor Emo that we need to get something out. All right, number 2. Member from Whitewater, please.
Thanks, Warden. Just wondering if staff could advise. I know we've done the review this year to make this proposal for these changes. Is there a forecasted period what we'll continue to do reviews? Is it annually, every 2 years, to review potential increases in these rents?
Ms. Patrick, can you answer that?
Thank you, Warden, and through you to Council. I think that the proposed recommendation will likely have an annual review component built into it, because the provincial government normally updates hills every year or regularly. So this will automatically update our rents, maximum rents when hills is updated. And with respect to existing tenancies, we hope that over the period of time, with a gradual increase, we'll bring those up to a standardized amount so that everybody will be at 30% of hills. And when there are updates made by the provincial government to hills, all of our maximum rents will then increase accordingly. Hope that answers your question.
Thank you. Anything further? And number 3, member from Edmundston Bromley, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Warden. Similar to the comments that I had with our, and I think we have an MOU perhaps with RVH as well on a similar program, though I don't know that that was going to be funded through the province. Will these beds, I note that it is talking about provincial funding, dedicated provincial funding for this. So will these proposed beds be an augmentation to our inventory of housing, or will these be diverting current stock to a set, in fact, if not in name, another special priority population?
Thank you for the question through you. This will be, this is entirely different. This is, these users of rooms that will be established are those that are being discharged that have nowhere to go, right? So they don't have the ability to go home because they're not receiving care, the inability to receive that care. There's a variety of reasons why after discharge you cannot return to a home. So the spaces will be newly created and not necessarily taking out any spaces in our own existing units. This will be a new space within a facility that we are expanding or potentially expanding our agreement with. Side note, we have had successful conversations on other units in that same building for seniors supportive living, but this is entirely different. So it's not taking away to that list, nor is it accounted for in our wait list or otherwise. This is an entirely new clientele. And just to be clear, we essentially would be the landlord, and PRH would be the program and clinical lead on this program.
Okay. All right. Anything further on 3? The report as a whole. May I have a mover, please?
So moved.
Thank you. All in favor? Thank you. Councillor Donoghue.
Thank you very much, Madam Warden. To the Council of the Corporation of the County of Renfrew, members of County Council, we, your Committee of the Whole for Health, wish to report and recommend as follows. Very lengthy report today, Madam Warden. Resolutions, Bonashare Manor Resident Trust Account, Resolution number H-CC-26-26-08-66, moved by myself, seconded by committee, that County Council approve the signing authorities for the Bank of Montreal, County of Renfrew, Bonashare Manor Resident Trust Account are 2 of the following. Dean Quaid, Director of Long-Term Care, Daniel Burke, Associate Director of Finance/Treasurer, Kim Prentice, Administration Supervisor, Shiji Patel, Administrative Assistant, Finance. The background is attached, Madam Warden, all of which is respectfully submitted by myself as Chair, along with Council as Committee.
Thank you. Item number 1. Member from Killaloe, Hegarty and Richards, please.
Thank you. Question in regards to switching of the banks. Is there a penalty that goes with that? or is it just straightforward close and open?
Through you, Madam Warden, no, there's no penalty.
Anything further? The report as a whole? May I have a mover, please?
So moved.
Thank you. All in favor? Wonderful. And Chair Emo, with your two big items.
Oh, thank you very much. Good morning, County Council and Warden. Or good morning, Warden and County Council. My apologies. We, your Committee of the Whole, Corporate Services, wish to report and recommend as follows. Under Resolutions, number 1, Resolution number FACC 260889, moved by Chair, seconded by Committee, that County Council endorse the following resolution from the Municipal Finance Officers Association of Ontario. Whereas recent municipal infrastructure programs by the Government of Canada and Province of Ontario tended to prioritize growth-related or housing-enabling infrastructure projects over infrastructure renewal needs, and whereas the Government of Ontario has regulated municipal infrastructure asset management through OREG 58-17 Asset Management Planning for Municipal Infrastructure under the Infrastructure for Jobs and Prosperity Act 2015. And whereas municipal asset management plans and the Financial Accountability Office of Ontario have identified that municipalities have significant state of good repair backlogs and renewable needs for infrastructure. And whereas the Government of Ontario doubled the Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund, OCIF, from $200 million to $400 million for 2021 to 2026, but is not publicly committed to maintaining this level of funding beyond 2026. And whereas the OCIF has become a vital and indispensable resource for municipalities, assisting them with improving their asset management programs and meeting community preserving infrastructure renewal needs. And whereas increased geopolitical uncertainty is threatening the economic prosperity of Canada, Ontario, and every municipality. And whereas municipal infrastructure is a key enabler and preserver of economic prosperity. And whereas the Municipal Finance Officers Association of Ontario has heard from its members and their municipalities concerns regarding the potential erosion of existing municipal infrastructure and thus service levels in light of the ongoing focus on housing enabling infrastructure by grant funding programs. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the County of Renfrew supports MFOA's letter to the Minister of Infrastructure requesting that the doubling of Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund be made permanent in advance of the allocations for 2027 calendar year, helping municipalities to continue building housing enabling infrastructure while preserving the economic value provided by existing infrastructure, and the background is there. Number 2, the non-union compensation review, resolution number FACC 260890, moved by Chair, seconded by Committee, that County Council approve that Gallagher Benefit Services Canada Group Inc. be engaged to provide a non-union compensation market review for the County of Renfrew, and that the amount of $19,639.68 net of the HST rebate be funded from the Strategic Priorities Reserve, and the background is present. All of which is respectfully submitted by myself as Chair and committee members.
Thank you. Item number 1. Member from Whitewater, please.
Thanks, Warden. I just wanted to add, we had a delegation of this similar resolution at AMO, and the policy advisor to MOI, I have his name here, but I cannot say it because I think it's Polish. He asked for a letter to be provided in addition to that resolution. And I'm just wondering if we could consider, when we send that resolution up, it could have a cover letter and sent directly to this policy advisor to help justify the requests in it.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Anything further? Item number 2, the report as a whole. May I have a mover, please?
So moved.
Thank you. All in favor? All right, we have no consent items. There are no staff reports. We have no closed. We have no reports from external notice. Are there any notices of motion? Thank you. No written motions. Are there any announcements? Member from Arnprior, please.
Thank you, Warden. On behalf of the town of Arnprior, I'd like to identify two ambassadors from the county, David Waibu and Aaron Norris, who represented the county at our cultural night market and did a fantastic job promoting the county. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other announcements? Any new business? We have no bylaws. I have a resolution that bylaw 68-26 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the County of Renfrew at the meeting held on August 26, 2026. Oh, no, sorry. Oh, yeah. Okay, so my apologies. The MPP is texting me. He's stuck in construction, but we're not having he and Mayor Gervais until 11:45. So we're going to recess this meeting. I'm going to turn it over to Chair Don Castor for operations, and then we will reconvene County Council for our third delegation. Okay? Good. How long do you need, Councillor? 5 minutes. Councillor Don Castor needs 5 on the clock. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call the Operations Committee meeting of Wednesday, August 26th to order. Has roll call been taken, Evelyn?
Yes, thank you, Chair. We have quorum.
Okay, thank you. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest and the general nature thereof? Seeing none, I'm going to take this opportunity to move this over to Mr. Hanrath at this moment for Dana.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Through you to committee. If committee could look at the back, sitting next to Daniel, Dana Musklow has accepted the role of Manager of Capital Works. She's been in it for a couple weeks now. She's had to hit the ground running. She moves into the role from the Supervisor of Technical Services with the County of Renfrew and actually got her start as a junior engineering technician summer student with the county as well. Thank you.
Thank you and welcome. I thought that would be a good way to start off our meeting. I would entertain a motion to adopt the minutes of our June 24th meeting, the recommendation that the minutes of June 24th, 2026 meeting be approved. Moved by the member from North Algona Wilberforce, seconded by the member from Killaloe, Haggerty and Richards. Any comments, questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that is carried. We don't have any delegations listed, and we'll go to communications. We have 2 items on the communications, and the recommendation is that they be received as information. I would entertain a motion to that. Moved by the member from Abbotston Bromley, seconded by the member from Bonnechere Valley. Any comments or questions on items A or B? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that is carried. Consent reports. The operations, sorry. I did. Did I not? Okay. I did do that. Yeah. No, did I ask the question about pecuniary interest? I did not. Okay. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest and the general nature thereof, any of the matters before us today? I see none. Okay. Then I will go to the operations consent report. Mr. Henrath.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to committee. Item number 1 is the capital program variance report. Item number 2 is the recreational trail bylaw enforcement reports. Item number 3 is a summary of summer operations describing roadside mowing, annual pavement marking program, maintenance hole and catch basin cleaning, hazardous weed control program. And item number 4 is Weed Control Act program, providing a summary of issuances under that. Item number 5 is the 2026 Renfrew County Road Supervisors Association Truck Rodeo, which all are invited to attend on September 3rd. Item number 6 is a summary of the awards under delegated authority, being PWO 2026-01, Goshen Patrol Storage Shed, PWC 2026-57, installation of steel beam guide rail on Thomasini Culvert on County Road 58, Round Lake Road, PWC 2026-49, County Road 49, La Poste Road, asphalt patches and surface sealer, with a summary for each as well. And that concludes the consent report, Chair.
Sorry. Thank you for that. Can I get, no, I'll be okay. So is there any, I would entertain a motion to, that the consent reports be received as information. Mover, please. Moved by the member from Renfrew, seconded by the member from Laurentian Hills. Any questions on any items? Member from Renfrew.
Thank you. Item number 4, the Weed Control Act program. So as I understand it, it doesn't necessarily have to be someone from the municipal government of our 17 members make the call. Anybody from the public can call in to the County of Renfrew, say, I've spotted the yellow mustard thing. Then the weed inspector goes out, issues an order to destroy, and that sounds very harsh. You know, they walk out with a uniform on and say, hey, do this right away. And then voluntary compliance seems to be it happens very quickly. So is that how I understand this program to operate?
Mr. Henreth.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you. And just supplementary. Is it, and I'm not sure you can answer this, is it effective in terms of being able to catch all of it, or it's based solely on self-reporting? Is there reporting from, our crews that are on the road, and do we need to do more education with our roads people, public works, and maybe even our paramedics to spot stuff in the ditches and stuff like that?
I was going to say that certainly the public works crew do identify areas, but I don't know about paramedics or that, but Mr. Henreth.
Thank you, Chair, through you. So our Public Works team have our own spray program where we've identified areas along county roads where we do our annual spraying. As areas are eliminated, new areas get added to the list for spraying the following year. This program is more reactionary based. It's meant for protection of farmland, not necessarily just within public right-of-ways, but actual properties adjacent to farmland or where farmland is located. I'll throw it to Director of Public Work, or Director of Development and Property, to add anything to that.
Through you, Chair, and thank you very much. And my previous role as the weed inspector, very much reactionary. And we do have the noxious weed list is issued by the province of Ontario. Very specific number of weeds that are part of this list. I think a total of 17 or 19 lists or weeds on this list. So we do get calls, and the only time we do action items on these calls is when it's dealing with farmers that have a farm number registration. So if somebody from, say, the city of Pembroke, a residential person, we can look at it, we can supply some information, but we can't issue an order to destroy weeds when it's not a farmer. So there's a whole process involved, but it's very much well in hand with our Public Works Department. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And I know there was some enjoyment in the past when we were able to give the province an order along a highway. Member from Greater Madawaska.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, I'd like to speak to 3B, the annual pavement marking. It's something I bring up every time we talk about pavement markings, and I would really like to have included in our RFPs going forward that we have testing of reflectivity of the beads on the yellow lines and the white lines. I have actually personally worked the back of a paint truck before, so I know what bead counts can be, what they should be, and I also can see that when the sprayers aren't spraying correctly, and I see that on our county roads, so I would really like to see some sort of standard such as the MTO has on bead counts and us to check the reflectivity. Thank you.
Thank you for that, and our condolences to your former profession. So
it was actually a lot of fun.
Yes. I would point out in that report that at one point it says that the annual program has completed. However, that's not the case. It is still ongoing right now, but reflectivity?
I will confirm with our operations group, but I do believe we collect samples during the painting process to confirm bead counts within the paint.
Thank you. Member from Petawawa.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. Question about number 2. I always look forward to the bylaw enforcement summary on the trail. It's great to see that there's some enforcement going on there, and great to see that speeding is now being addressed. So it's good to see that as well. My question is, 2 questions, I guess. One about the 60 additional hours because of the contribution of the OFTR. Is that all going to be used this year for the rest of this season, or will it go into next year? And are we satisfied? Is there some kind of metric that we use to determine if we're satisfied with ProTech 5 and their enforcement on the trail? Do we do a review? Are we happy with the number of hours we're getting and the service we're getting? Is that going to be brought forward? Thanks.
Thank you. So the increased hours will be done this year. And the second part I'll give over to Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. Through you. So bylaw enforcement on the trails has increased year over year since the trails began being enforced. Initially, enforcement was done through OPP, paid duty officers. From there, we hired Protect 5, I believe, initially 3 years ago now, and we've increased our hours the last few years. Right now, the average is 20 hours a week. However, that rises and falls depending on when we need to do spikes in patrols. Whenever we're getting an increased number of complaints, we increase it. Whenever it's a slow season, we reduce it to build out that average. In order to do more patrols, if that was the wish, we would have to allocate more of our work plan or our trail maintenance budget to do so. At the moment, it seems to be steadying out a little bit. However, we'll keep monitoring it, and it's primarily complaint-based. The more complaints we get about speeding areas, we add those to the hotspot locations for Protect 5 to do patrols. They have been very good at educating the public. They've gone door to door where there's been instances of increased complaints. They've educated the public whenever they pulled them over, and there's been a lack of knowledge on the bylaws and what constitutes a fine on our trails. So in all, they've been very good and have represented the county quite well in enforcing our bylaw for us.
Thank you for that. Member from Edmundston Bromley.
Thank you very much. The name is easier to say before lunchtime, I see. I wonder, are we aware if, and we wouldn't necessarily be so, but does the OPP from time to time patrol our trails as well? Okay, thank you. I am getting the nod for those watching
That was a yes.
who may not hear the nodding.
Mr. Henrath.
Yes, through you, Chair. The OPP actually partners with Protect 5 on a number of patrols as well, and then their SAVE team comes into the area periodically throughout the year to patrol the trails as well.
Excellent, thank you.
Member from Township of Whitewater.
Thanks, Chair. 2 questions. First one's on number 2, and just to build on Councillor Service's comments, I note that we have offset some of the bylaw enforcement costs with a contribution from one of the trail organizations or rider organizations, and I'm wondering, is it worthwhile? Should we be considering full cost recovery for bylaw enforcement from all of these user groups? Should this be something that's not paid for by the general taxation, but rather from the actual user groups that are taking advantage of the trails?
I was going to think about that for a minute, but I'm going to pass it to Mr. Henrath.
Through you, Chair. So we have license agreements with each of the user groups. Currently, it's OFSC District 6, Renfrew County ATV Club, and Ontario Federation of Trail Riders. Within those license agreements, particularly with RCATV and OFTR, there is an annual contribution towards the county. I believe it's a minimum of $3,000 or 3% of their ridership fees, which would not cover the full cost of enforcement at this stage. Those license agreements expire, I believe, in 2028, at which time we could revisit how that is worked into agreements such as that. And I'll throw it to the CEO.
Oh, gee, thanks, Mr. Henrath. So the only thing I would add to the council is that there are a number of other users that don't require permits. Horse riders, walkers, bikers, who don't contribute through a permit fee, right? And there still are infractions for waste disposal and other things, right? So it would be hard to get cost recovery for those that don't contribute through another methodology already, right? Until we levy a permit on everybody to step foot on our trails.
Thank you. Supplementary or a different question?
I'll combine it with both. Thank you. And I think it's worthwhile when we take a look at those agreements to be renewed in the future, we can examine that, but I acknowledge that full cost recovery is not possible. Second question has to be with item number 5. 5C. Sorry, the letters are getting smaller or my eyes are getting worse. I'm not sure. 6C, thank you. It's even worse. I'm not seeing the numbers. The question I had was more a technical one for our new Director of Public Works.
we talk about microsurfacing type 2 versus stress-absorbing membrane interlayer. This seems like an innovative process. I'm glad to see that a local company bid for both options. I'm wondering I'm assuming the stress-absorbing membrane is a positive step. It could save cost in the long run, if you could make a comment towards that. And whether or not this is simply something that could be applied to asphalt, or could this be considered for other types of roads?
Yes and yes. Mr. Hanrath.
Through you, Chair. So the stress-absorbing membrane interlayer, or SAMI for short, is something that we've trialed on Cobden Road as well as Mud Lake Road. It's similar to microsurfacing, but it's done differently. So it's a layer of emulsion that goes down, and then small fibers are cut as the tar is going down over the tar, and then it has a layer of stone that goes over top of that. We let that emulsion stay for a little bit, and then we do a surface treatment over top of it. It's a microsurfacing alternative that we've seen great success with. The cracks, because of the membrane, tend to, if they do reappear, reseal quite quickly and do not reappear as large as they were previously. If that answers the question. And yes, it can be used over top of surface treatment roads.
And it can be mixed in with pavement surface too, right? Not well, but.
So we've applied it underneath pavement surfaces as a means of, rather than do a pulverize and pave, you do the SAMI layer and then pave over top of that so that you don't have reflection cracking coming through into your new asphalt.
Okay. Member from Babington Bromley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just in response to Councillor Nicholson's first query regarding bylaw enforcement, I note that there were two on here that were dogs off leash. One seemed reasonable, one seemed to be a bar stool lawyer, but in both instances, those are bylaw infractions that have nothing to do with a motorized vehicle. So I think that would be perhaps a notice of motion.
Thank you for that. Anything further on any of the items in the consent report? Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor, and that is carried and accepted. We'll move on to discussion reports. Mr. Hanrath.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to committee, item number 1 of the discussion report is recreational trail name, former CN line. And the recommendation is that the Operations Committee recommend to County Council that the official name of the County of Renfrew recreational trail located on the former Canada National CN rail line be called the Iron Timber Recreational Trail, and that staff be directed to proceed with development of marketing materials reflecting the new trail name.
Thank you for that. Can I have a mover and seconder for the recommendation? Moved by the member from North Algona Wilberforce, seconded by the member from Petawawa. Discussions, questions? Member from Greater Madawaska.
Thank you, Director, or through you, Chair, to the Director. So the actual name is going to be which? Sorry, just to confirm.
Mr. Hanrath.
Through you, Chair, it's the Iron Timber Recreational Trail.
Okay, so in the KMP, the Kingston Pembroke Trail is known as the KMP, or the Kick and Push Trail. So I don't need to have an answer from you this second. I want you to think about it and then come back to me offline, maybe next week. Just what's the acronym we're going to be able to use for this trail, sir?
Okay, on we go. Anything further on the trail name? And all the background was provided there for you. All those in favor? And that is carried. We have a new trail name. Item number 2.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, item number 2 is Trans-Canada Trail, TCT Letter of Support. And the recommendation is that the Operations Committee recommend that County Council authorize the Warden to submit a letter of support to MP Cheryl Gallant, Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke, in support of renewed federal funding for the Trans-Canada Trail as part of their national awareness campaign. This is not just a trail, and that letter of support be circulated to the local municipalities.
Thank you for that. Can I have a mover and seconder for the recommendation? Moved by the member from Laurentian Valley, seconded by the member from Laurentian Hills. Comments, questions? Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Item number 3.
And through you, Chair, item number 3 is renaming request, County Structure B258, Madawaska River Bridge. And the recommendation is that the Operations Committee direct county staff to proceed with public notice for the renaming of County Structure B258, currently known as Madawaska River Bridge, to William Baird Bridge.
Thank you. Can I get a mover and seconder, please? Moved by the member from Arnprior, seconded by the member from Bonnechere Valley. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that is carried. Item number 4, please.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, item number 4 is property acquisition, County Road 58, Round Lake Road, and Granny Lane. The recommendation is that the Operations Committee recommend the County Council adopt a bylaw to acquire the property described as Part 3 on Plan 49R4111, located along County Road 58, Round Lake Road, from Susan Margaret Uraskovich and Eldon Edward Uraskovich for the purchase price of $1 plus legal costs.
Thank you for that. Can I have a mover and seconder for the recommendation? Moved by the member from Kildow, Haggerty and Richards, seconded by the member from Greater Madawaska. Comments or questions? Does anybody know where this sliver of land is? Because I could not figure it out. All those in favor? And that is carried. Item number 5, please.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, item number 5 is off-road vehicle bylaw. The recommendation that the Operations Committee recommend the County Council adopt a bylaw to repeal bylaw 2904, being a bylaw to regulate the operation of off-road vehicles on highways, passed on March 31st, 2004, as has been superseded by bylaw 7925, being a bylaw to regulate the operations of off-road vehicles on county roads, County of Renfrew roads, which came into effect June 12, 2025.
Thank you for that. Mover and seconder for the recommendation, please. Pardon? She's not there. Oh, yes, she is. Sorry. Moved by the member from Petawawa, seconded by member from Laurentian Hills. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that is carried. Item number 6.
Through you, Chair, item number 6 is alteration to County Road 49, La Passe Road. The recommendation is that the Operations Committee recommend the County Council adopt a bylaw approving the alteration of County Road 49, La Passe Road.
I have a mover and seconder for the recommendation. How about the member from Brudenell, Lyndoch, and Raglan? There. Seconded by the member from Madawaska Valley. Any comments or questions? Member for Renfrew.
So, a little curious, what is anticipated as the alterations? Are we talking about taking corners out? Are we talking about going 3 kilometers west and then attached to another road? And I'm not being facetious, that's a bit brief, and so I'm curious.
Mr. Hanrath.
Through you, Chair, this is the bylaw that we pass for our capital program every year to allow us to reduce the speed limits within the construction areas. So because this wasn't a budgeted project, it wasn't included in our initial capital plan bylaw that we passed at the start of the year, and we're just cleaning that up so that the construction can go ahead with reduced speed limits in the area.
Yeah, what wasn't, yeah, I hear what you're saying, so, okay.
I'm sorry, I got fixated on the second paragraph where it talked about altering. That's what caught my attention, thank you. My apologies, I should have recognized it.
Okay. Anything further? Seeing nothing, all those in favor, and that is carried. Item number 7.
Through you, Chair, item number 7 is Recreational Trails Management Plan, and the recommendation is that the Operations Committee recommend the County Council adopt a bylaw approving the Recreational Trails Management Plan dated August 2026, and that the Recreational Trails Management Plan dated August 2026 replaces the KMP Management Plan.
Thank you. Mover and seconder for the recommendation. Moved by the member from McNabb Brayside, seconded by the member from Armpire. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor, and that is carried. And item number 8, please.
Through you, Chair. Item number 8 is governing the use of recreational trails with the recommendation that the Operations Committee recommend the County Council adopt a bylaw to govern the use of the lands identified as County of Renfrew recreational trails as linear parks, and that bylaw 13924 adopted October 30th, 2024 be repealed following approval of the new bylaw by the Ministry of the Attorney General.
Thank you. Mover and seconder for the recommendation. Moved by the member from Laurentian Valley, seconded by the member from North Algona Wilberforce. Comments, questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? That also is carried. I have to read all these out at County Council, don't I? Okay. I would now entertain a motion to receive the discussion reports as a whole. Moved by the member from McNabb Brayside, seconded by the member from Killaloe, Haggerty, and Richards. Any other comments on any of the 8 items? Seeing none, all those in favor, and that is carried. We have no deferred reports. Any verbal reports? None. And then we have... Yeah, sure. So we do have so we don't have close reports. So, okay, so we don't we have minutes that, no, so, okay, that's fine. Nothing there. Oh, sorry.
Yes, we have to approve the closed consent report. That was part, if we didn't have the closed meeting, we still had the report that we needed to close regarding the
okay.
Bridge renaming.
Okay, so
But we still have the closed.
okay, so I would entertain a motion that the closed consent report, is there a date on that? Do we have that? I don't. Yeah, I don't have it with me. Okay. That the closed consent report provided in our packages be received. Moved by member from Renfrew, seconded by the member from Bonaire Valley. If there's any discussion, we'll have to go into close. So seeing nothing, all those in favor, and that is carried. Other new business? Once, twice, 3 times. Member from Laurentian Valley.
Other than correspondence for the resolution for Laurentian Valley, is that going to be carried on at 1 o'clock, or is that going to be carried on this morning?
It was just received as information by the committee.
It was information only, because I was ready to give a presentation on the reasons why that resolution was put forward.
We can do that now if you want. Yep. Oh. Okay. Okay, so we do have some guests waiting here, so how about we take a break? That's not the right term. Recess, sorry. We'll recess, and then we will come back at 1 o'clock, and then I'll start off with what Councillor Watt wants to present.
Thank you.
Okay. Right now? Yes, and then we'll come back as County Council, and then we'll reconvene operations at 1 p.m.
Everyone, thank you. Wow, we got a full house here. All right. Well, good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here today as we recognize and celebrate another successful year of Summer Company. Most importantly, the 7 young entrepreneurs who have worked incredibly hard throughout this summer to build and operate their own businesses. The County of Renfrew is proud of its long-standing partnership with the Province of Ontario in delivering the Summer Company program through Enterprise Renfrew County. We greatly appreciate the province's continued support and confidence in our ability to deliver this important program and provide young people in our communities with meaningful opportunities to explore entrepreneurship. The Summer Company program, funded by the Government of Ontario and facilitated by the Ministry of Economic Development, Job Creation and Trade, empowers youth across Renfrew County and Ontario to launch and manage their own summer businesses. Participants aged 15 to 29 and attending high school, college, or university are eligible to receive up to $3,000 in startup funding, training, and mentorship while cultivating essential entrepreneurial skills. Through a structured application process, including business plan submissions and interviews, aspiring entrepreneurs begin their journey into business ownership, gaining valuable hands-on experience while contributing to a strong and growing business community here in Renfrew County and across the province. The value of Summer Company goes well beyond funding and training. It gives young people the opportunity to turn an idea into something real while developing practical skills, confidence, and an understanding of what it takes to run a business. By encouraging entrepreneurship at a young age, we are also investing in the future of our local economy, developing future business leaders, and showing our youth that there are opportunities to create, grow, and build something meaningful right here in Renfrew County. The success we are celebrating today also reflects the strength of the community that stands behind these young entrepreneurs. On behalf of the County of Renfrew, I would like to recognize Perry Rail Bowl and Associates for their generous sponsorship of this year's program, along with the mentors, families, community partners, customers, and others who have helped create opportunities for our participants along the way. Whether through mentorship, encouragement, purchasing a product or service, or simply believing in a young person's idea, each of you has contributed to their experience and helped demonstrate the value of supporting the next generation of entrepreneurs in Renfrew County. I'd now like to welcome Councillor Brose, Chair of the County of Renfrew's Development and Property Committee, to say a few words. Oh yeah, I should do that, shouldn't I? I was remiss. One moment, Councillor Brose. I apologize. I'd like to welcome Mayor Ron Gervais from the City of Pembroke, who's taking my seat, and our MPP, Billy Deneau. Thank you so much both for being here. Okay, now Councillor Brose. It's been a tough morning. I know you should. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Good morning, everybody. It's wonderful to have the opportunity to come together today and recognize and celebrate the accomplishments of our 2026 Summer Company participants. This year, 7 young entrepreneurs from communities across Renfrew County took on the challenge of turning their ideas into real businesses. From providing valuable services within their communities to creating and selling unique, handcrafted products, their ventures represent a wide range of talents, interests, and skills. What makes their accomplishments especially meaningful is everything that happens behind the scenes. Starting a business requires much more than having a great idea. It takes initiative, adaptability, problem solving, and the willingness to step outside of your comfort zone. Throughout the summer, these participants have experienced the realities of entrepreneurship firsthand, promoting their businesses, connecting with customers, managing their operations, participating in markets and events, and learning how to adapt along the way. The Summer Company program provides our youth with an opportunity to discover what they are capable of while gaining practical skills and experiences that extend far beyond one summer. Whether they continue operating these businesses, pursue new entrepreneurial ideas, further their education, or take a completely different path, the lessons they have learned through this experience will continue to serve them well. To our 7 participants, congratulations on everything you have accomplished. Your creativity, determination, and willingness to take a chance on your ideas deserve to be celebrated. We hope this experience has shown you that entrepreneurship is not only something you can learn about, but also something you can do and something you can continue to build on. It is now my pleasure to invite Warden Murphy back to the podium as we begin the certificate presentations and formally recognize the achievements of our 2026 Summer Company participants. Welcome, Warden Murphy.
You can stay here with me if you want, because now we're at the highlight of today's celebration, recognizing the accomplishments of the Summer Company participants. MPP Deneau, would you like to join us up here, please? So I'm going to call each participant's name. I'll invite you to come forward. I don't know why I had my glasses. I printed this in 28 font. Come forward with the respective municipal representative. Each participant will receive their certificates, and we will then have a photo. So, Hillary, would you like to join us up here as well? So, from the city of Pembroke, Nadia DeCarl, who operated River Scout Clay, creating handcrafted pottery and unique clay pieces. And I'll invite Mayor Ron Gervais up. You go wherever you want. Because that's you.
I just go where I'm told.
Do you now? Oh, did you? I hope everyone heard that. I just go where I'm told. Out there? So follow Tina's lead. Congratulations.
Yeah, I'm shooting video, so you can do
it. Congratulations, Nadia. From Admiston Bromley, we have Bronwyn Dick, who operated Green Thumb, providing gardening, weeding, and outdoor maintenance services with a focus on helping seniors in her community. And I'll ask he's already on his way. Look at that, Councillor Donahue. I will be employing you next summer. Congratulations. I thought Hillary was in closing remarks. It's at the end. From North Algona, sorry, I'm getting stage notes. From North Algona Wilberforce, Rusty Stewart, who operated Red Pine Woodworks, creating custom handcrafted wood products and woodworking pieces. And Councillor Brose is already here. All right. From Laurentian Valley, Adelaide Lamore Beaupre, who operated Addie Made, creating handmade crochet pieces and custom yarn creations. Joined by Councillor Watt. Oh, we lost Keith. From Whitewater Region, Evelyn Finnan, who operated Garden Palette Goods, creating hand-painted and customizable garden decor designed to add a personal touch to outdoor spaces. And we'll get Councillor Nicholson. Boy, you guys are on it today. Congratulations, Evelyn. Congratulations, Yep. Do him now and then. Okay. All right, and from the city of Pembroke, Hudson Warner, who operated Shine My Clubs, providing professional golf club cleaning and detailing services. And again, I'll invite up, sorry, Ron, I should have just had you stay. You're welcome. And we do have, from Whitewater Region, Kelsey Moore, who operated Moore Volleyball, who provided personalized volleyball coaching and skills development for athletes looking to strengthen their game. Kelsey couldn't be with us today, but we wish her a hearty congratulations. So congratulations to each of you on everything you've accomplished through the Summer Company program. Today is about celebrating not only the businesses you've built and the successes you've achieved, but also the initiative, commitment, and courage it took to take an idea, believe in it, and put it out into the world. So we hope you carry these skills, confidence, and experiences you have gained this summer with you wherever your journey takes you next. You should be incredibly proud of what you've accomplished, and we look forward to seeing what your entrepreneurial spirit and journey take you. So congratulations. We can't wait to see what comes next. And now I'd like to call on Hillary for some closing remarks. And I wasn't sure, did you want to say anything? He's so cheeky. I'll tell you what, I'll turn it over to Billy. And by the way, I did give him another pair of socks, which I think does make me his sock dealer now. And then we'll close with Hillary for this fantastic program that you put on. All right, Billy.
Well, thanks, Warden Murphy. You know, I'll be brief, but I just want to recognize the work, the diligence, and the grit that it takes to take on this sort of a challenge in terms of participating in this program. Entrepreneurship is not for the faint of heart, but it is certainly a trait that is needed and necessary in our local economy, and small businesses play such an important role in places like rural Ontario and Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke. I didn't realize that the summer company it's 15 to 29. Well, you might be seeing an application from myself at some point in time. But I also recognize, you know, having done it myself, the challenges, but the learning experience and the learning opportunity that it takes in participating and starting a business and you know, going out and selling your wares or selling your services. It's an incredible learning opportunity, and you should take pride, each of you who participated, in having learned this really wonderful skill set that you know, few have been able to do. It's takes a lot of ambition, a lot of you know, confidence, and I just have to say, from the bottom of my heart, congratulations on participating. Take this this lesson and go far with it, and I can't wait to see what each and every one of you are going to accomplish in the future. So thank you, and I'll turn it over to Hillary.
I swear I was going to make that joke, and then I thought, no, I always tease him about his age. I'm going to leave it alone for today. Hillary, the star of the show, here with your students.
Thank you. So congratulations once again to our 2026 Summer Company participants. It has been a pleasure getting to know each and every one of you and being a part of your summer. As you leave the program, I hope you take more with you than just running a business. I hope you leave knowing that you're capable of figuring out things along the way, adapting when things don't go as planned, and asking for help when you need it, and having the confidence to take an idea and to turn it into something real. Those are skills that will stay with you long after this summer, and will serve you well in wherever you go from here. Be proud of what you've built, carry what you've learned with you, and continue saying yes to opportunities that push you outside of your comfort zone and encourage you to grow. I'd also like to sincerely thank MPP Deneau, Warden Murphy, Councillor James Brose, Chair of the County of Renfrew's Development and Property Committee, our municipal representatives, member of County Council, and our special guests for taking the time to join us today. We are grateful for this continued partnership and the support of the Province of Ontario, which makes the delivery of the Summer Company program possible here in Renfrew County. And with that, we'll bring the formal portion of our Summer Company celebration here at County Council to a close. The Summer Company vendors will remain open until 1:30 p.m. I encourage you all to stop by, meet our participants, learn about their businesses, and maybe even do a little shopping while you're out there. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Hillary, and everybody that's involved in Summer Company. We're just going to wrap up our County Council meeting, and then we can enjoy the barbecue and our wonderful vendors. Okay. Now I can read the confirming bylaw. Behave over there, people. I have a resolution that bylaw 68-26, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the County of Renfrew at the meeting held on August 26, 2026, being now numbered, deemed, read 3 times and passed. May I have a mover and seconder, please? Moved by the member from Arnprior, second by the member from Renfrew. All in favor? And I have a resolution that County Council adjourn at 12:07 p.m. Moved by the member from Laurentian Hills, second by the member from Laurentian Valley. All in favor? And we are adjourned. Thank you, Council. And we will be back with operations at, I believe we said 1 o'clock. Excellent. Thank you.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. We're going to, I guess, back up a little bit in our agenda, back to the correspondence, and I'm going to turn this over to Councillor Watt.
Thank you, Chair. My correspondence here to you today is just going to simply outline what Council is going through with some of the non-conformances on the Algonquin Recreational Trail. And I'm going to kind of move back and move up to the present time. So from the opening of the trail, residents on Burns Drive and area continually voice their concerns about the use of speed and noise from all motorized vehicles, especially when the trail was closed. Approximately 4 years ago, when the K&P Trail from Lanark Township became part of the Algonquin Trail, off-road motorcycles were allowed and permitted on the K&P Trail, but not on the Algonquin Trail. It was decided then to make the off-road motorcycles allowed on the Algonquin Recreational Trail. Since then, we have continued to receive repeated complaints from residents adjacent to the trail on the use of the trail when it's closed, speeding, noise, spinning of tires, and invading private property, which Burns Drive is a private road. Enforcement did not exist originally, and residents were to call the OPP with complaints. However, the abusers would be gone by the time the OPP arrived. Also, for your information, every time the OPP receive a call and attend a scene for whatever issue, the Township of Laurentian Valley is charged on that for an on-scene service. And this has been confirmed by our inspector of the OPP, Sarah Darrow. Off-road motorcycles are designed for rough and extreme landscapes. They're built for the young at heart, who enjoy speed, spinning of tires in mud and gravel, and they are naturally loud. To use the Algonquin Trail, operators of the vehicle must be licensed, insured, and have a trail permit and follow the rules. Approximately 2 years ago, Protect 5, a bylaw enforcement company, was hired, reviewing the enforcement reports. We assumed off-road motorcycles did not meet the requirements, as once they were spotted, they fled and exited the trail. Why else would they speed off? Because they probably didn't have any of those qualifications to be on the trail. Protect 5 officers are allowed to issue warnings at this time, but they were not allowed to chase the offenders. Several Laurentian Valley roadway homes are adjacent to the trail. Complaints have been received from all areas, including Burns Drive, which probably has 40 of the close to 80 homes in the area. So Mountain Drive and Heritage Drive are also included. Burns Drive, as I mentioned before, is a private road. It's maintained by the owners, and they have shared several times that off-road motorcycles actually choose to leave the trail and do some spins on their road. And so they damage the road, then they have to repair the complaints. Complaints are recorded in the past and continue our use by off-road motorcycles, ATVs, especially when the trail is closed. And there's no enforcement really to, at this time, and no penalty for it. Speed, no penalty until 2026, when one radar guard and one officer was trained to actually issue some citations. Off-road motorcycles are loud. They rave engines when they're passing the homes, and these homes often are within 100 feet of the trail. Aftermarket exhausts are another situation which can now be legally identified, and I believe that's in our bylaw as well. In 2026 alone, approximately 14 complaints per month were received by council, every councillor, and each one of those included off-road motorcycles. The last two emails, August 15th and 18th, showed that use of the trail at 11:43 p.m. and 3 a.m. in the morning, respectively, was ATVs on the trail. August 25th at 5:21 p.m., one-page complaint describing off-road motorcycles leaving the trail onto private property, revving of engines, and these are all young drivers. Bear in mind, some of the homeowners are reluctant to call and make a complaint while they rely on others to do so. Residents feel enforcement to date has not been effective as warnings only were being issued and that enforcement should have been in place prior to the opening of the trail. Additionally, enforcement officers have recently been added the hours to the trail, which is great, from 85 in April to 96 hours in May and now 107 in June. However, some of the warnings are still being issued, and we all feel that zero tolerance with fines is necessary for all citations, or for all nonconformances. Unfortunately, there's no enforcement after hours when the trail is closed. The Ontario Federation of Trail Riders members advised their concerns about this, and we heard from them this morning. I spoke with Jason, and will intend to speak with him a little bit further and send him my comments here for today. So we regret that we didn't want them to feel any that we were dissing them or anything else. We respect what they do, and we are there to assist with the situation. Laurentian Valley Township does not control the trail. We look for an alternate trail to bypass this section. However, we were not successful, and the trail remains. Enforcement is not working as speed, after hours, and excessive noise occur all times of the day and night. A huge problem for our residents along the trail. In summary, off-road motorcycles do not qualify as permitted users and should be banned. So there appears to be no solution to our problem, and we certainly look towards any solution that may come from either our council or from the OFTR. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Watt. I don't know if staff has any comments or anybody else from council. Certainly take the concerns for sure. And as you mentioned, we have increased the enforcement over the years. I'm assuming that may help a bit, but anyway, member from Greater Madawaska.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. Just to Councillor Watt, this is specific to the area in Laurentian Valley, correct? You're not looking to extend outside of that or anything?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And if that's what the majority is, and I take it your council was looking for that resolution, are they? Or
they've raised the resolution to show that we need some other additional support there for that trail, for those residents.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Member from Edmundston Bromley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you through you to Councillor Watt. Certainly sensitive to the uses of the Algonquin Trail. I think the challenge for me in this instance, we often have a conversation. Every one of us seems to have had issues with traffic speeding on pick your road within your township, within the county of Renfrew, insert name here. The thing that strikes me on this, being very sensitive to the upheaval, maybe that's overstating, but certainly the issues that certain neighbors that are adjacent to the trail are experiencing. The challenge for me, and I go back to an old saying, a lock keeps an honest person out, that I'm given to believe that those who would show nothing but disdain for the rules that exist now probably are not going to be dismayed by additional rules. Likewise, like the notion of perhaps not allowing access to this particular type of vehicle to the trail will keep off the trail all of those who do abide by the rules, albeit I'm sure quite grudgingly. But I can't imagine that it's going to have much of a dissuading impact to those who thumb their nose, if you will, at the rules that are in place right now. I understand that and in my municipality, I would probably be given to be here saying the same things that Councillor Watt has said. But at the end of the day, it is individuals, and perhaps there is a certain class of vehicle that is showing up in this more than others. But again, we had the presentation this morning, and it certainly projected a group of folks that are quite engaged in building up our community and economic development within our community. And I certainly do not want to penalize those for those individuals that are creating the problems for others. But again, I am very sensitive to the issues. I think I'm going to have to think on it like Solomon, perhaps, to find an appropriate solution. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that. Member from Whitewater.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to Councillor from Laurentian Valley for bringing this up. What I'll share is just some additional context, and I've shared these with the mayor from LV. Off-road vehicles, the experience that I've had locally in Whitewater region is similar use, but not on the trail, on streets and within village and hamlet areas. So I understand, an option maybe to ban these vehicles from the trail, but they will or could cause the same amount of disruption to our communities otherwise. So as part of the background to understand, or to, like Councillor Donahue said, to think like Solomon, to understand a little bit more the enforcement constraints that exist right now for the OPP, for bylaw, both for the trail and within our communities, to see if additional information of that type, understanding exactly what OPP needs to have implemented in communities or by county to effectively stop this type of disuse. I think that may be an important component that the committee would need before making any decision going forward.
Thank you for that. Member from North Algona Wilberforce.
Thank you, Chair, and I would just like to add on as well. I do certainly appreciate the challenges that those individuals who choose not to follow rules, and again, sometimes if it's the youth who are probably not getting the guidance they should be from their parents, it does become a challenge because it's similar, as been said by my colleague from Admiston Brumley. We've experienced certain areas on our municipality where there's a lot of speeding. Residents want something done. They want, lower speed limits. They want, the radars that monitor speeds. You can put all that up. If there's no enforcement to support that, it really doesn't provide much of a deterrence. In fact, one of our roads, we put up the radar, and the residents stole the radar. Or somebody stole the radar. I shouldn't say it was our residents, but yeah, it does become a challenge. Not sure I have a solution to offer either. Hopefully, maybe continued enforcement, but again, by banning the use of the vehicles for those who choose not to follow the rules, it's probably not going to deter them. Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Thank you for that. Councillor Watt. Oh, sorry. Let me go this way first. Member from Bonacieux Valley.
Thank you, Chair. And I, too, fully respect what Laurentian Valley and probably many municipalities that are on any recreational trail are going through. Did your council discuss that you were going to be transferring enforcement from their bad behavior to enforcing them not being on the trail? Because it's just one long continuous trail, my fear is they're going to get to a sign that says, these are prohibited. And as my colleague just said, if it's bad behavior, it's bad behavior. And they're just going to continue on through Laurentian Valley. So I think that, are we swapping enforcement of one to enforcement of another? Those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. And last word, back to Councillor Watt.
Just one comment further on that, and I think that was touched on this morning by Jason and Lisa regarding the off-road motorcycles, and that it is in many of the instances that is the younger people who are not licensed, and that's what our reports are showing as well. But the parents, I guess, either are just totally neglectful of watching what their underage children are doing and not paying enough attention to it. But that is one of the issues that needs to be attended to, as well as when the trail is closed, it is closed. And zero tolerance, I think, is the best way to go on that. And I just wanted to share that. And I know none of these comments were, I guess, new to Taylor. He gets those same emails we get. When it comes to our county or our municipality, everybody on council receives it. So thank you for your comments and sharing your comments.
Thank you for that. And I guess Mr. Hanrath will have the last word.
Sorry, thank you, Chair. Speaking to the enforcement on underage offenders, so committee approved going to council with the updated governing bylaw this morning. Some of the language incorporated into the new bylaw is to fine guardians of underage offenders more easily. Up until now, it could only be done by what's called a Part 3 order through the bylaw. With the new updated bylaw, once it's approved, fines can be issued directly to parents for the underage offenders. So they will receive fines for their underagers being on the trail whenever they're not supposed to, and any other rules that they're breaking as a result as well.
Okay, thank you for that. Seeing nothing else, I don't have a resolution or anything for that. We'll receive that. Yeah, I don't think the issue is going to go away that fast, so we'll probably have to see what can be done. I wonder about, the enforcement. Obviously, we've talked about that, and maybe some signage or something. But I'm sure Mr. Hanrath will have a look at that as he continues to receive complaints. But I would encourage everybody to continue to, if you're receiving the complaints locally, to make sure that they're passed along to the county too. Okay. That being done and having no other business, I would take this opportunity just to recognize Mayor Bennett, that is here to support Councillor Watt in his presentation to us. So, seeing nothing else, I would entertain a motion that this meeting adjourn and the next regular meeting be held on Wednesday, September 29th, 2026. Can I get a mover, please? Moved by the members from Killaloe, Haggerty, and Richard, and seconded by the member from Laurentian Valley. All those in favor? And that is carried. We are adjourned. Thank you very much, everyone. And the next meeting will be Development and Property at 1:35.
Thank you, Tina, and welcome everybody to the Development and Property Committee meeting on Wednesday, August the 26th, 2026. I'm going to call this meeting to order at, I'm seeing 1:38 p.m. And Gwen, has roll call been taken?
Yes, it has, and we have quorum.
Thank you. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest and the general nature thereof? I see none. So we'll move to the adoption of the minutes, and I have a recommendation that the minutes of the June 24th, 2026 meeting be approved. Do I have a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor from Killaloe, Haggerty and Richards, seconded by Laurentian Valley. Any errors or omissions? Seeing none, all in favor? And that's carried, thank you. And I also have a recommendation that the closed minutes of June 24th, 2026 meeting be approved. And again, if there's any discussion, we will have to go back into closed. Do I have a mover and a seconder? Moved by Town of Arnprior, seconded by Town of Madawaska Valley. All in favor? And that's carried, thank you. We have no delegations today, so we'll move to communications. The first item is a resolution from the Township of Greater Madawaska. And at this time, I would invite Councillor from Greater Madawaska if he would like to speak to that resolution.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, on June 18th, 2026, the resolution 110-26 was carried by the Township of Greater Madawaska. The resolution is brought to County Council today is, whereas the County of Renfrew strategic plan identifies housing, economic development, infrastructure planning, shared services, and financial sustainability as a strategic priorities, and whereas the municipalities across Renfrew County continue to identify servicing limitations as a significant barrier to housing development, workforce housing, economic growth, and efficient use of lands. And whereas housing affordability, workforce attraction and retention, growth management, and infrastructure planning are increasingly regional challenges affecting multiple municipalities throughout Renfrew County. And whereas communal servicing may provide opportunities to support housing, economic development in areas where full municipal services are unavailable, while also presenting governance, financial operations, and long-term oversight consideration. And whereas the Township of Greater Madawaska's experience with communal servicing has demonstrated both the opportunities and responsibilities associated with such systems. And now therefore be it resolved that the Council of the Township of Greater Madawaska requests that the County of Renfrew undertake a complete county-wide review of communal servicing opportunities and the potential role of the county in supporting housing, economic development, growth management, and sustainable community development. And further that the review include considerations of a potential approaches through which the county could support communal servicing initiatives, including coordination, technical assistance, governance frameworks, partnerships, shared services, financial participation, project facilitation, or other regional models. And further, that the county engage lower tier municipalities as part of the review and report back the findings and options recommended by the next steps. This resolution was circulated to all of the lower tier municipalities, and a copy was forwarded to the County of Renfrew. Thank you.
Thank you, and I will open it up and see if there's any questions or comments from County Council.
Do we need a mover?
Township of McNabb-Braeside.
I would just like to speak to support of this initiative. I think that it's been around these communal systems long enough. We know they work. They are a game changer in the rural municipalities. I would love to have a deep dive done and see what the possibilities are. At some point, my municipality is going to have to move forward with projects like this. I sure would like to know a whole lot more, which is what this resolution is asking for.
Point of order, Chair.
Yes, please.
So I'm seeing this as an information item, and I don't have any notice of motion. I think this needs to be received as an information item or referred or a notice be given or something.
And that's fair enough. And I was just looking at my notes here, and I should have gotten the recommendation that the communications be received as information before taking comments. So I appreciate that correction, and I'll move on to B and C, and then I will ask for a mover and a seconder and open for comments. So item B is the Cell Gap Project monthly update. And item C is the Renfrew County Real Estate Board. And item D is the MPP Billy Deneau Rural Ontario Program Funds announcement. So any comments on, I will take the recommendation then that communications be received as information. Do I have a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor from Whitewater, seconded by Township of Horton. And now I will ask for any comments on the communications. And Councillor from Greater Madawaska.
Thank you. I guess that this should be, my resolution should be a notice of motion as well as the information. And I'm looking for the chair to see how he wants to deal with it.
I would suggest it could be brought up as a notice of motion later on in the agenda. No, it has to be at the next meeting?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any comments on any of the other communication items? Township of Horton and then Whitewater Region.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, really appreciate the Eorn Cell Gap project update. It's wonderful to see so much has been accomplished. It begs the question, knowing that I dropped a call probably twice on the way here today, and often is, how can we support what's coming next and learn what is coming next if timelines or any information could be shared? Appreciate that.
And Township of Bossier Valley.
As chair of Eorn, so we did have our wrap up last week in Rockland. It was lovely. We had the province, the feds, Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus. Everybody was there. It was a hootenanny. I will say that there was talk at our last board meeting about some of the towers that maybe aren't working as well as some of the other towers, that maybe it's a capacity issue, not an area issue. Yes. I know, okay, simmer down over there. No, but I will bring that back, but at our last board meeting, there was, and we have a board meeting in 2 weeks actually here in Pembroke. But I will certainly bring that forward because there are some that have loads of capacity and others that seem to be overloaded now that everybody's moving to Rogers. So yay for Rogers, but tough on those people that are used to having pretty good cell phone service.
And Councillor from Whitewater.
Thanks, Chair. I can offer 3 comments, and if you want me to pause in between, I can. The first one is just on the resolution that the Township of Greater Madawaska has put forward. It's very interesting. The comment I put is that with the province working on a public utility model, the question I'd put back to staff is when they start to put more meat on this public utility model, are they including the consideration of communal services and how that might shape how this resolution might be delivered in the future? The second comment is just on the Eastern Ontario Regional Network. I appreciate there are still some gaps. I'm not noticing, especially in our area, any of the competing carriers adding onto the towers. It's single source If you have Rogers, you've got towers. And I'm curious if Eorn has any updates as to other carriers interested in it or considering it, or if we should just be recommending to residents, you have to go with what's available. And the last thing is the MPP Billy Deneau funding announcement. I noticed that it talks about workforce housing in there. I know it talks about community infrastructure, and I'm really interested if that program might be a way for us to fund some of our community housing initiatives in some way. Those are my 3 comments. Thanks.
So I'll go to Bossier Valley first to answer your second question.
Thank you. So to answer your question, when Eorn put out the RFP for a provider, Rogers was the provider of choice for a multitude of reasons. I did not sit on Eorn then, but I know that former Mayor Petawawa, Bob Sweet, did. So no, there is no plan. Eorn was fully invested to go forward with another round. The province changed the rules, made it a reverse auction, which sort of took our organization out of the running and was given to ISPs sort of across Ontario. And across Eastern Ontario. So there are some small ISPs that have met with Associate Minister Oosterhoff, including NRTCO, which is out of Beachburg, I guess. But the answer to your question is no. If those ISPs want to be on Rogers Towers or put up their own towers, that's a project that they will have to take on. Thank you.
Thank you. And your third question, just going to look to Mr. Davis if he has any additional information.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. So whenever these funding announcements, and this is a previous funding announcement that you have in your package, we'll always look at that for housing initiatives. I think that's one of the key mandates that we have for the real estate division, to look at these funding announcements, especially the most recent one, the municipalities that do not have DC. So we're excited actually to see what the opportunities are. But every time we'll look at a funding opportunity.
Councillor from Deep River.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just on the Eorn cell phone or cell gap project, I note that there's a couple of towers identified in both Deep River and Laurentian Hills. I don't know if my colleague from Laurentian Hills has any comment or not, but there has been no change in the Rogers coverage in Deep River. It still doesn't work in downtown. So.
Bossier Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will certainly bring that back to our team right now. Can I just ask, is Laurentian Hills in the same, did you say Laurentian, you said Laurentian Hills, okay.
There definitely are some sections up in the farthest point. There are some dead zones for sure.
With towers?
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. I'd have to look at that.
Okay, if you could let me know. Thank you. Perfect.
Thank you for those questions and comments. Anything else on communications? Seeing none, then I'll call for the vote. All in favor? Thank you. That's carried. And moving on to the consent reports, and Mr. Davis, do you just want to talk first of all to provincial updates? And we do have Mr. Howarth with us as well, in case there are any questions on some of the changes with planning.
Thank you very much, and through you, Chair. So first, before I get into that, I want to just again appreciate the and thank the summer company initiatives that we just celebrated today. Seeing these young individuals working forward to being new entrepreneurs is a great news story for Renfrew County. And thank you for Heather and for Hillary working through the program, and ERC too, and Melissa too. So working through the program. So thank you very much. So item number 1A, B, and C are again initiatives by the province for planning matters, and that's why I asked Bruce Howarth, our Manager of Planning Services, to be here today in case there's any direct questions regarding these matters. It's interesting where we always think we're going to get a bit of a breath from all the changes from the province in planning matters, but they keep rolling. And I noticed I wasn't there at the Bear Pit, but I heard at AMO Bear Pit the question was asked, can you not just slow down a little bit on these changes to the planning matters? And the response was no. I think the province wants to cut red tape, and these are part of the initiatives for cutting red tape. So I'll leave it at that. You have that in your committee package, those 3 items. And again, Bruce Howarth is here for any direct planning questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Moving on then to item number 2, cultural values in Renfrew County forests. Item number 3 is the Starter Company Plus training program, and I just wanted to highlight the fact that I really appreciate the fact that some of the former participants in this program are now become mentors for the new ones coming on board, and I think that's so helpful and important. So just wanted to highlight that. Item number 4 is Summer Company 2026, and thank you, Mr. Davis, for acknowledging the team that helps pull this together, and great display out there with the various different participants. Item number 5 is the Taste of the Valley, and of course the expression of interest that is now open until, is it September the 4th is the deadline? 4 p.m. on September the 4th. Yes, Councillor from Adamson Brumley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and this is probably expanding a little bit perhaps what this point is, though I would suggest that Admaston Brumley is going to put ours in. I'd probably put it in every year moving forward. We're enormously pleased, county staff, the volunteers, the public, the vendors. Douglas, in my estimation, was a spectacular success. The number actually that I think has wafted its way from Scott Hamilton that has really embraced this project was perhaps 2,300 people descended upon our school, the St. Michael's School property in Douglas. It was an outstanding initiative. Just in discussing with Scott that day, I had said to him, as one of the smaller communities, Mother Nature played a fairly large role. It was a spectacular day. And as the summer is waning, I think people were looking for something to do to get out and enjoy summer, as Canadians will, before it is minus 40 once again. But ultimately, we were thrilled with the initiative. In talking with Scott, I had suggested perhaps in the next term of council, maybe we're going to move past the expression of interest phase and just have it on a rotating schedule, because I think once it's been demonstrated in a smaller community that is AB, and specifically in the hamlet of Douglas, I think that this can be held anywhere. And I think that we will get past the expressions of interest, because I'm quite certain Ms. Charkavy, our CAO in Admaston Brumley, may be busily writing our expression of interest for next year. Anyway, I wanted to express our enormous thanks to the county for engaging with us to pull off this spectacular success.
Mr. Davis.
And thank you, and through you, Chair. So a mighty event in Admaston Bromley for sure, in Douglas. And again, kudos to the volunteers that your municipality, Mayor, provided to this event. Early on, I think I heard the comment from David Wybu, Scott, it could have rivaled the Whitewater Taste of the Valley. So there could be a bit of a competition. Initial numbers early on were quite high, and it did trickle off a little bit as expected. But again, thank you again for Admaston Bromley, for the volunteers, Scott, Melissa, David, the whole team, and Emily that help with these events throughout the year. It does take a lot of effort, just to acknowledge that and appreciate the input from individuals. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor from AB.
Just to add one point on to that, that the gauntlet has been thrown down. I can't expect that in the middle of October there are a lot of the folks coming to the Taste of the Valley in Cobden are going to head out in the afternoon to do water skiing. That was a common refrain at the Taste of the Valley in Douglas, that everyone was heading for the beach in the afternoon.
Yes, Warden, please.
Thank you, Chair. I have to say, I've been to many Tastes of the Valleys. The Admaston Bromley Fire Department, Douglas Fire Department, did a stellar job of getting everybody parked. Because I will say, I love the Whitewater, the one in Cobden, but I parked like 3 kilometers away. So I'm just saying, like, if you want to start throwing down, there you go. That's where you start.
Councillor from Greater Madawaska.
Thank you, and may I invite the warden to the Calabogie one next time? We have golf carts taking people from their cars. Thank you.
So it is becoming a bit of a competition. But I did want to add as well that there's also an economic development spin-off. What I heard feedback from the Douglas Taste of the Valley, or the AB Taste of the Valley, I should say, was that it also increased traffic significantly at the Mennonites various stands as well. So yes, there certainly is a economic development portion to that as well. Anything else on item 5? Seeing none, item 6 is the Francophone Immigration Support Network for Eastern Ontario. Mr. Davis, is there anything you wanted to comment, or?
No, I think this is a great initiative through the college. So I think as we move forward with the more Francophones individuals we have in this municipality or this region, it's a great benefit to have this organization stood up. So appreciate that.
Thank you. Item number 7 is a Settlement Services Forum, and that's taking place on September 15th from 9 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. at the Nick Smith Center in Arnprior. Item number 8 is the marketing campaign results. Very pleased to see the amount of effort that the economic development team has put together to create more exposure for Renfrew County through the various magazines and campaigns that, yes, Mr. Davis.
I thank you very much. And just to add on, just in case you didn't have a thorough look at the document. So number 8, please look at every individual bullet you see in those marketing campaigns, where the funding is coming from, whether from the MAT or from individual, like their marketing programs. So it's a kind of a combination of both. So please take note of that.
Any comments? Seeing none, item 9 is the Tourism Development and Sponsorship Funds. Item 10 is influencer trips. Item 11 is cycling video production. Item 12 is the Summer Fun Guide Contest. And accommodation at the cabin in Eganville. I had to ask Director Davis where the cabin was. I wasn't familiar. Oh, that's the...
It's beside Foodland. It's the one with the little, the greenhouse. What? Sorry.
If I may, Chair, and through you, so verified with Melissa, it's not that one. It's the one further down on Highway 41 in your municipality, just off of Highway 41, I do believe. And I think if there's a difference, so I'll get back to the committee to find out where the location is of the cabin.
Okay.
Thank you. We'll get that clarified. Item 13 is the lease agreement, 330 Boundary Road, East Pembroke, with Clover Health. Councillor from AB, Anderson Brum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could we sever this from the consent report, please?
Yes, we can. Item 14 are the delegated authorities for the various bylaws, the roof replacement at Oak Street, Renfrew, and the roof replacement and insulation at Cecil Street, Pembroke, the Affordable Housing Design Build, 149 Francis in Renfrew, and the roof replacement, 26 Spruce Crescent, Arnprior. Questions or comments? Yes, Councillor from Madison Brumley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. A couple of points. First off, with respect to item 1, you'll see within the financial implications it shows that $200,000 was budgeted for that, but when I go to the budget, it was $250,000. There was $121,050 to be drawn from reserves and $128,950 from provincial grants. And when I went back to the final approved after budget workshop it did indicate a $250,000 budget. I wonder if perhaps could explain that delta.
If I may, Chair, and through you, I'd have to ask the Treasurer to add some value to the different funding sources of these projects, if I may. Sorry, Daniel.
Mr. Burke.
Through you, Chair, I apologize. I will just need to take a minute to find the location and the comment mentioned, but I will dig that up and be sure to inform the member of his question, come back with the answer.
Was there anything further, or is that the only?
Yeah, while Mr. Burke is pursuing that, so using that number and accepting, of course, 149 Francis Street, which is a reallocation, but across all three of the other projects, and if in fact the budget for that particular job on Dench Street was $250, ultimately there's a saving of $202,000 across those three items. And I just wonder whether there was consideration. One of the jobs was split because it was going to push past, and I can't actually find it now, but there was substantial savings across those three. Was there ever any consideration towards allocating that? Or is there a concern perhaps that other projects might be using up funds or going over budget?
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and through you. So you're referring to item number under 14, number 2, where we didn't complete both the roof replacements and insulation. So we looked at that at the time. We didn't have time at the time of the full budget for that, and that's why we broke it out, and looking for cost savings every time we can look at it. So that's why we didn't allocate those savings somewhere else.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions on the delegated authority, item 14? Seeing none, Daniel, are you having any luck? Do you need more time?
A few more minutes, if you don't mind.
Okay. Well, so can we go back to severed item number 13, the lease agreement, and speak to it?
I wonder if you were concluded, Mr. Chair, I wonder if you should go ahead and approve that one.
I was just waiting on Daniel to see if he could come back with your
see.
answer before approving.
Okay, well, so is item 14 the final item? Okay.
Yeah.
The reason I'm hesitant is because I certainly was going to request through you of Mr. Kelly, one of the things that I wanted to do when we last discussed this, we were in closed session. So there were some comments within the closed session on the property at Boundary Road, the Hart Hub. So I wanted to perhaps seek counsel of Mr. Kelly whether it would be prudent to go back into closed to be able to make those comparisons. If you would wish more information, I'm going to be try and be as generic as possible. So when we received that at the end of January in a closed session, Councillor Emo had raised a question on potentially an extension. I had raised some concerns with respect to several different parties being associated with this. I cannot remember of the county solicitor from Rasmussen Star Ruddy had said those things would be caught in the final draft. We've not seen the final draft. I get that it is somewhat problematic as I'm from this. It seems that it's already been approved, but I would still like to have those outstanding questions, if I might, answered. So that perhaps gives Mr. Kelly a little bit more context of why perhaps it would be best to go into closed.
Mr. Kelly?
It would be best to go into closed to discuss the particulars of the lease.
If that's the case, then I would suggest that we turn the pressure up on the treasurer.
Before that, I'll turn to Horton. You had a question or?
Through you, Chair, and I am speaking out of turn. If we could go back to section or point 1B, if that would be allowable for you for a question that I have.
We could go, well, let's get Daniel's comments first, and then we'll go back to 1B.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the question. If I understand the ask, it's that the committee report suggests that the approved budget for these 13 duplex roofs is $100,000 and the actual budget says $250,000. And I do believe that's correct. It's probably just a typo error that the actual budget was $250,000 as budgeted, and the reference in the report is $200,000. So that would be our mistake. But I will follow up with the property staff and make sure that that is the case.
Councillor from AB, are you okay with that?
I'm ecstatic with that, actually. Thank you for confirming what I already knew, Mr. Ward.
Okay, so we'll go back to Councillor from Horton and 1B.
Thank you. I'm not as ecstatic on this topic, but how the same. 1B, in further reflection and reading through, while I appreciate that the amendments being proposed provincially through you, Chair, are that certain documents, and I do think that's a selective word being used there, will now be submitted electronically, so they'd be digitized. I go back to if there's any guidance for future, or if there's any knowledge through staff on how townships with limited electronic capabilities and limited internet capability, or residents with limited internet capability, can then perform this. Is it going to be exclusive? Do we have any insight into the program to ensure that our community members that may not be as digitally accessible can take advantage of this from an efficiency perspective as well? Thank you.
Mr. Davis or Mr. Howarth?
I'll take a first crack at it before Mr. Howarth. So at least at the County of Renfrew, we'll always offer a paper version when we move forward. We realize some connectivity issues within the County of Renfrew. We realize some of the people's technologies, how comfortable they are. So we'll offer both services until things move forward. So if Bruce has any other additional comments to that, but I have no fear about having two systems.
Mr. Howarth.
Thank you, through you, Chair. One of the key things to remember as well is typically with the ministry, it's not the applicants dealing with the ministry, usually it's municipal staff. So this is actually going to be a reduction of administration burden of municipalities dealing with the ministry, so that we can no longer have to send them big paper packages or purulators of plans and signed original copies. Now we can just email our ministry rep and communicate everything digitally. So to my knowledge, every municipality has internet and those capabilities, so I think this will be an efficiency that we'll see.
Supplementary?
If I may, as a supplementary, that's exactly our concern, is no, we don't have that sufficient level of internet service at our township office, and sending attachments, unfortunately, is not something that the township is able to do substantively, but I love that they are leaning to digital, and I look forward to some solution electronically as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor from Whitewater.
Thank you, Chair. I was just saying, sorry, that your solution, you aren't maybe able to solve that, but I'll leave that to, I'm going to leave that to the warden. A question for Mr. Horath, 1C, and I just note in the last paragraph, it talks about the proposed amendments and how it might change the official plan and the zoning with respect to things like FAR, minimum setbacks, and parking. And I'm curious, when I think of the context in communities where we might have these kinds of units, 3 to 6 units or greater than 4, how might it change? Like, if the setbacks are being reduced for these multiple unit residences, would we see a reflected change in all smaller sites? So if the setbacks are 3 meters right now, but this is going to dictate that it's 1 meter for a 4 unit, would we be looking at continuing to have the 3 meter for a single house? Would it all come into, how do you envision this change in policy, changing zoning bylaws in these communities?
Mr. Howarth, our colleague is really getting into the weeds.
Thank you, Chair. So I do want to point out first on this bill, it is just in first reading, and it was not a bill that was introduced by the Conservatives. So it is a private member's bill. So whether it's how it will ultimately progress is yet to be seen. So it only passed first reading. So this is not in force yet, but it does follow a trend that we've seen from the province of taking a lot of these considerations out of municipal control. I think a lot of the municipalities that they're targeting are in the GTA area and a lot of those high growth areas. But as we've seen them, when you change the Planning Act, it does affect all 444 municipalities. So it will have an impact on, if approved, on our local municipalities. So we've seen this already with secondary dwellings where through amendments to the Planning Act, the province said, doesn't matter what your official plans say or your zoning bylaws say, here are the provisions that apply in all serviced areas across Ontario. And that's exactly what this bill would do as well, if approved. So it would have a significant impact on how development and growth would occur in, for example, a Cobden that is on full services. This bill would essentially say the Planning Act trumps whatever policies you have or whatever is in your zoning bylaw. It doesn't matter if you have policies or zoning bylaws that are contrary to this. This is the provisions that apply across Ontario.
And just to follow up on that then, does that mean that every one of our lower tier zoning bylaws would have to be changed to reflect that? Or could they be left alone and just knowing that the province overrides?
Thank you, through you, Chair. So yes and no. So yes, they should be updated. And as you've seen in some of the comments on that in this section as well, that official plans and zoning bylaws should be updated to reflect it just so that there isn't that inconsistency which causes confusion down the road. It is nice when all of the provisions from the top to the bottom do align. We have several examples that the planning department is currently dealing with where we have, we'll say, older, outdated policies or zoning bylaws, and it does create a confusion, and it's not ideal. But ultimately, for some situations like the secondary dwelling unit policy, you can fall back on that one again. Even where we have those outdated zoning bylaws, the provincial regulations trump it. They are in effect regardless of what your zoning says. But I would foresee municipalities needing to update their official plans and zoning bylaws to make sure that they are consistent with the legislation.
Thank you for that clarification. Any other comments on any of the consent items with the exception of item number 13? I'm seeing none, so I would ask that the consent reports be received as information with the exception of item number 13. Do I have a mover and a seconder? Moved by Town of Renfrew, seconded by Town of Petawawa. Any other comments? All in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. Do we go back to closed now okay. So I will need a motion that we move into closed for the reason being.
The reasons that he said.
I'll let you read it.
I'm assuming for the security of the property of the municipality or local board, which is 2A of the Municipal Act. And advice of the solicitor, which is 2F, advice that is subject to the solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose.
Thank you, Gwen. You've heard the recommendation. Do I have a mover and a seconder? Moved by town or municipality of Edmonton Bromley, seconded by Whitewater Region. All in favor? Thank you very much. We are now enclosed. Thank you, and welcome to those who are joining us virtually. We are now out of closed, where we discussed the lease agreement for Boundary Road. We'll move on to discussion reports, and I will turn this over to Mr. Davis.
Thank you again, Chair. And item number one, and only one item, page 36 of your committee package, memorandums of understanding, and the recommendation, Chair, that the Development and Property Committee recommend that County Council enter into a memorandums of understanding, MOUs, on behalf of Enterprise Renfrew County with Renfrew County Community Futures Development Corporation, La Fédération de Gens de l'Affaires Francophone de l'Ontario, and Jennings and Associate IG Private Wealth Management to establish expectations for the appropriate sharing of and protection of client information, referral process, and reporting to the Ministry of Economic Development, Jobs, Creation, and Trade, MEDGCAT.
Thank you, and can I get a mover and a seconder for the recommendation? Moved by Admison Brumley, seconded by McNabb Brayside. Background, please.
Thank you, Chair. This is more of like a housekeeping kind of cleanup, making sure that we understand what the expectations is between ERC and the different organizations, CFDC and the new organization, especially for the Succession Ontario. You might have heard before where ERC is helping small business owners doing succession planning for businesses, and this is part of the organizations they want to deal with when they deal with clients that come into them, and they can pass them off to different organizations and share information as they do that process. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Questions, comments? Admison Brumley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to drill in a little bit more on what the role of Jennings and Associates is. That something is that an entity that has been working in collaboration with the ERC, or I'm unclear on what role they're filling here.
Mr. Davis.
Yeah, and thank you, and through you, Chair. So this is a new process and a new organization that is playing a supporting role. So this company was vetted by the Ontario Enterprise Renfrew County Systems, and through an Ontario umbrella, they require individual aspects. In this situation, Renfrew County Enterprise centers to have individual organization MOUs with these individual organizations like Jennings.
Supplementary.
Okay, so then it seems to me, correct me if I'm wrong, the path I'm trying to follow here. So if there is an entity that comes to ERC, then ERC has an MOU that's going to connect that entity with Jennings and Associates. And I'm presuming that Jennings and Associates will be a for-profit, but this is sanctioned by and funded through the Enterprise Ontario regime. Is that correct?
Thank you, Chair. And succinctly, yes, that's correct. Thank you for the clarification on my behalf.
I'm always about succinct. You know that, Mr. Davis.
Are there any other questions on that item? See none, then I will call the vote. All in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. I also have a recommendation that the consent report, item number 13, was received and reviewed as information. Moved by Admison Brumley, seconded by Laurentian Valley. All in favor? And that is carried as well. Thank you. And now I will also need a recommendation, or I have the recommendation that the discussion reports be received as presented. Moved by Town of Renfrew, seconded by Brudenell, Lindock, and Raglan. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. We have no deferred reports. Are there any verbal reports? And I have one from the Environmental Stewardship Meeting, and Councillor Lynch, please.
Thank you, Chair. We held our CNL's Environmental Stewardship Meeting number 60 on Thursday, June 18, 2026 at the CNL Laboratories in Chalk River. Our guest lecturers included Lou Clute, the Chief Operating Officer, Paul McClellan from ACL, Carla DeWale from Director of Environmental Protection, Joe Ebert, the Deputy Vice President, Jen Hamilton, Project Lead, Electrical Yard Landfill, Elizabeth Preby from a research study, Ben Wilson from Emergency Operations Center, Shannon Wright, Emergency Planning Zone, Phil Compass, Director of Corporate Corporations. The highlights was this meeting was the 60th meeting of the Environmental Stewardship Committee. The CNL Environmental Risk Assessment is now official in both official languages. The CNL Environmental Management System was audited and there were 0 non-conformances. As of today, there's been 130, well, effective 18th of June, there was 130 buildings have been demolished. The Wood Waste Division has introduced a new process that uses a shredder. That end product is sent to an Ottawa company. This process has diverted an estimated 1,456 cubic yards, approximately 364 tons, from the landfill site. A bit of history. In the 1940s, buildings from Dawson Creek were transported to Chalk River and used as work camps. Then later as a landfill operation. This land is currently being remediated to a park. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Lynch. Any questions on that report? Yes, Councillor from Deep River.
Thank you, Chair. Not a question so much as a comment that the last part of what Councillor Lynch just reported, and I would assume that anybody that has an industry in their community would appreciate the fact that that diversion from the landfill is being diverted from the North Renfrew landfill site that Laurentian Hills and Deep River share. So it's a huge volume that we're not seeing going to the landfill. So it's much appreciated.
That is good news, knowing how limited the capacity in landfills is becoming. Any other comments? I'm seeing none, and we have no closed session. Is there any new or other business? Seeing none, then I will move to I have a recommendation that this meeting adjourn and the next regular meeting be held on Wednesday, September the 29th, 2026. Moved by Horton, seconded by our Breyer. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. We are adjourned.